Alright. So, we begin our story on the world of Rostrose, a very large planet where the sun rises in the west but sets in the east, made up of several large continents, the furthest to the north being Euphella, ruled by 6 different sisters of elven descent, all vying for control over the population by stabbing each other in the back, plotting murder, and other nefarious deeds, building relationships with other countries. Directly to the south would be Arante, the main country, ruled by a king, King Damien Cavaro, a human man, and his trusted council, made up of every different race you could think of. Arante's been quite peaceful for the past few years, but there has been a rise of undead insurgency lately. And the Glaive's Head, which makes its home base there, a very ancient and popular adventuring guild. From there to the west is Isaacs, slightly smaller than Arante, but is made up of desert and mountain, ruled by an emperor who no one sees. He stays hidden in his large tower in the capital city. Much is unknown about this country, but what is that it is the slavers' hub of the world. To the northeast of Arante is Nadora, the largest continent in the entire world, made up of mostly mountainous regions. It is home to many different countries, all warring with each other, all vying for a different piece of the rich minerals, gems, and ores that lie within the mountains. The smallest continent would be Oromor, located to the southwest of Arante. It is governed by Arante, chosen by the people. It's made up mostly of swamps and forests, has a pretty sparse population, but those who do live there are a hardy bunch, and they stick close together. Our story, though, begins in Agros, the least populated continent of all. The southern ice plains and mountains of this region dominate the very hardy folk that live there. The most intriguing thing about Agros is, over 5,000 years ago, it is the home, the birthplace of the Glaive's Head, where the pact between storm giants and the mortals of the world was created. One thing that definitely dominates Agros is the towering mountain of Blood Mountain, where the Bloodvale Acropolis lives, an outpost, the oldest outpost, is home. A few weeks ago, the color guard that mans the Bloodvale Acropolis went out, and they found something. An ancient gold dragon who calls one of the caves their home, who is normally non-hostile towards humans and other races, attacked the scouting party. 20 men were lost in the fight. And when The color guard finally escaped. They escaped with an artifact. It was brought to the Acropolis and brought to the attention of Finnick Shore, a half-elven man known as the most powerful wizard in the entire world. He told them, move it to the city of John. Six guardsmen from the Acropolis set out and made the long trek to Hunter's Hold, the closest outpost to the Bloodvale Acropolis. And here we meet our adventurers. Together bunked Alexander Crow and Kaitsu Akumi. You two have been summoned by Finnick himself. Kaitsu coming from another outpost west of here. East of here, excuse me. Alexander, coming directly from the city of John, has just arrived yesterday. Kaitsu has been there a week. If you two will introduce yourselves.
Hello.
Good day, my friend.
That means introduce your characters, describe them briefly.
I am Alexander Crow. I am a halfling. I am pretty short, and I'm shy.
I am Kaitsu Akumi. I am moderately tall. I am a knight of the shadow.
In another room lies a strange tiefling and a wood elven woman. If you two will introduce yourselves.
Oh. Hello. My name is Daxis. Eternal. I am pretty blue in color. Very odd in nature, for that matter. White hair. Gotta match the surroundings. And I'm only about 5 feet and 3 inches tall.
I am a druid wood elf. I also stand about 5 feet. I have lightly tanned skin and relatively dark auburn hair.
From here, we look out of the outpost, where we see a lone Goliath wandering, his eyes set on Hunter's Hold. He had recently been told by his tribal chief that they had been asked to send someone to Hunter's Hold to aid in a task, and he was chosen. If you will, introduce yourself, sir. Alexander Crow, you might want to move to push to talk.
Gorosh, Goliath Barbarian, standing at 8'8". I'm bald. All hail the Sky Whale.
Goroth. You're about a mile away from the outpost. You could see the smoke billowing through the trees of the White Forest. It is a bit snowy today. Light flakes land around you. It is quite cold. Will you give me a perception check, sir? It'll be a D20. Adding your perception. Goroth?
I got a 1.
Very well then. You do not notice as a singular goblin has pulled its short bow and has made an attack against you. What is your armor class, sir?
Armor's class is 14.
As the goblin draws its bow back, you notice just at the last second, as you move your head quickly, just barely avoiding the arrow. I need you, and only you, to roll initiative right now.
That also. I'm about to move these dice, so.
So Goroth, that will be your d20 adding your initiative modifier, which will be just your dex modifier. So, Goroth, what did you get for your initiative?
10.
Okay. If I ask for a roll, I need you guys to tell me pretty quickly so we can move along. Now, as you only notice one goblin, you're quite surprised to see a second one jump from the trees above you with a scimitar drawn. As it goes for an attack against you, you do barely manage to avoid the blade's edge. As the first goblin once again pulls its bow back. As a 23 to hit, sir. I believe that hits you.
Yep.
You take 8 points of piercing damage. After which, a third goblin appears behind you and charges you with a scimitar as well. That one will also miss its attack. It digs into your calf, but you being the muscular build that you are, just managed to flex your muscles just in time as the blade barely makes a nick within your skin. It is your turn, sir.
I've taken an attack to the ankle.
You have your bonus action to rage, and you have your action to attack. You can move, but moving will incur an attack of opportunity from both goblins that are within range of you.
Both of the
What was that? I cut out.
are both of these goblins close together?
They're kind of flanking you right now. There's one in front of you and one behind you. The other one's about 15 feet away off the road, kind of hidden in some bushes.
I would like to activate Rage.
Alright, you enter your rage. The blood vessels within your eyes begin to pump. You begin frothing at the mouth slightly, letting loose a bestial scream. That is your bonus action. You have your action.
With my great axe, I would like to use my feet and charge the one directly in front of me.
I believe with the charger you have to move a certain distance. So you don't really have that distance right now. You're about 5 feet away from him. He's right there on top of you. You're kind of limited in this space right now. So you could just make a normal attack.
I aim for a direct downwards arc.
Roll to hit, sir. D20, adding all of your attack bonuses, which will be your strength modifier and your proficiency bonus on top of whatever you roll on the die.
I rolled a 14. I have a 3 strength modifier.
And a 2 proficiency, so that definitely hits. I need you to roll damage, which will be 1d12, adding your strength modifier and proficiency bonus as well.
So I rolled a 4 and I have a strength modifier of 3. What was the modifier?
So, in your rage of just being randomly ambushed by these pissant goblins, you bring your heavy great axe down into the goblin in front of you, cleaving him from the top of his head to his sternum, blood spraying in your face all over your chest. As that goblin falls limp, dead to the ground. That will end your turn. The goblin archer, seeing this, seeing how very swiftly you executed his friend, being the coward that he is, turns and runs. The other goblin, however, a little more pissed off that you just killed his friend, decides to stay and fight. And he will make a single scimitar attack against you. With a 22 to hit. You will take 8 points of slashing damage, but because you are raged, you will only take half. So you will take 4 points of slashing damage instead. That will end the goblin's turn. It is now yours, sir. You're already raging, so you don't need to do that again.
I'm making sure I was still raging.
Yeah, you are. Your rage only expires if you either do not attack, or you aren't attacked, or after 1 minute passes. But you can but you can do it again. So you've only used 1. You have 2 per day.
I would like to release one hand from my great axe and spin with all of my might and try to hit the goblin.
Alright. Releasing one hand will impose disadvantage on this attack. So you will... So if you still choose to do this, you'll have to roll 2d20 and take the lower roll.
Alright.
So you can do this, or you can just make your straight attack with both hands.
do it straight with both hands.
Alright, so it'll be just your normal roll, d20, adding your strength modifier and your proficiency bonus, which is a total of... what? To be 5 plus 2? Or 4 plus 2? So adding 6 to the d20 roll.
That would make it a 7.
A 7 to hit total?
Yes.
What'd you roll on the die?
1.
Alright. Blinded by rage and not judging how tall the goblin was in comparison to you, you manage to swing and you think, oh, this is going to cleave him right in the side of the skull. But just at the last second, the goblin ducks, and the ponytail that he has is cut a little shorter now. As he quickly ducked, his hair raises up, and the sharp blade of your axe cuts through the air and his hair. You have your bonus action as well, which you can use to speak to the goblin. Not sure if he'd understand you, but you can. Or you can end your turn here.
Speaking goblin. So I feel at this point in time, my bonus action, seeing that he dodged, would have simply yell at him to run.
Alright. Give me an intimidation roll.
D20?
Yes, that'll be a d20, adding your intimidation. Which I believe you're proficient in. So you'll
Yeah.
add your charisma modifier and your proficiency bonus.
So would I roll a D20?
Yes.
Yes. Then I got an 8.
Adding,
With modifier.
with modifiers. Yeah, he's not impressed by you at all. You kind of, in your rage, you manage to blurt out some words in a jumbled mess. The goblin not understanding any languages that you speak anyway, unless you speak goblin.
I do speak goblin.
Well then, he does understand it, but he just looks at you and snickers. That ends your turn. Now his turn. And he once again will try to slash at you with his scimitar. With a natural 1. So, him kind of being unintimidated by you underestimates how strong you are. And slashes at your thigh muscle once again, and it just bounces off as once more you flex your very thick muscle and just catches the blade. And as he pulls away, he looks a little intimidated now. That'll end his turn. It is back to you, sir.
I would like... Infuriated by humiliation, I once again go for a downwards arc.
Alright, roll your d20. Roll your attack, sir.
Five.
What'd you roll in the d20?
Yes, I am rolling the d20.
What did you roll on it?
5.
Adding your strength modifier and your proficiency bonus. I still don't believe it's enough.
So...
But
With the modifiers, it would then be...
yes, when always add your modifiers.
Oh, then I would have hit for 12.
12. Normally that wouldn't meet his armor class, but because he is a little frightened at seeing how strong you are, he doesn't manage to dodge this attack. As you cleave deep through his right arm, the arm that he holds the scimitar with, it falls limp to the ground. As he looks up to you, his normally orange-green skin kind of turns a bit pale as the blood gushing from the wound, his very life energy, drains from him. His eyes roll in the back of his head as he falls backwards, dead to the ground. And with that, we exit our first combat of the game. You look forward down the path that you are traveling on, and see you have a little ways to go before you get to the outpost. Anything you want to do with these two goblin corpses in front of you? You can loot them, or you can just pass them by.
Definitely go with loot.
Alright, so the two that are there,
Wounds.
give me an investigation check. So, roll a d20. And you don't have, I don't believe you have proficiency with investigation, so that would be a d20, adding your investigation modifier. Your intelligence modifier, excuse me.
I rolled a 15.
So, and I believe your intelligence is a 9, so that does
It's a
not
9,
add.
so-
Yeah. So 15, you do manage to find what little bit these two goblins have on them. They both had a scimitar. It's in fairly rough shape. They're kind of rusted. The blades are chipped. And between the two of them, you find a single gold piece and about 10 copper. You can choose to take the scimitars if you wish. You don't believe you'll get too much out of them if you were to sell them.
I'll simply take the money and move on.
Very well. Going forward, you keep a little more weary eye out for the trees, realizing that, much like your homeland within the Blood-Forged Mountains, you realize that even the roads are dangerous here. You continue up the path. Within an hour, you do reach the front of Hunter's Hold. Our good friends here, Alexander Crow and Kaitsu, you two bunking together over the night have come to know one another's name. You may interact as you see fit, or if you do not wish to, you may. But you both know that you are contracted for the same job. What that job is, you do not know yet. Now will be your opportunities to speak with one another. Okay, those two are sitting in silence then. Thixus, Yulara. We'll move on to you two then. You two.
I am.
You two have arrived at Hunter's Hold about the same time. You've known each other for a few days now. Not familiar, but you know one another's name.
I'm busy just watching the stars, kind of deal.
It is currently morning time. No stars are out.
Kind of morning. Well, I'm gonna still watch the skies.
Alright.
I'm slightly paranoid.
will be in depth in my religious tome.
Very well. Alexander Crow and Kaitsu, you two, once more have the opportunity to converse with one another, if you so wish.
So I lit to the paladin. I asked him how was his travels.
You don't know he's a paladin. Did you just say?
I lit to the man.
There you go.
Who I asked him how was his travels.
They were long, somewhat tiresome, but successful nonetheless. I'm grateful to be here.
I just nod. Which ends my speaking. I just nod. Like, okay.
Alright. Goroth, you finally arrive. Once you finally arrive at the front gate, the guards atop the wall nod to you and open the gate slightly, just enough where you can enter in. And with that, you are met by a, to you, short, half-elven man with long dark hair, green eyes. You don't recognize who he is, but he does introduce himself. Ah, you must be Goroth. I am Finnick Shore, the man that has sent for you. And he holds out his hand towards you.
Using my axe as a crutch, because I am still suffering from the wounds I had sustained earlier during combat, I try my best to take his hand and shake it in greeting and respond with my name and clan name.
Alright, sorry. You respond, you can go ahead and respond as you wish.
It's nice to meet the man who sent for me. My name is Goroth from the clan Sky Whale.
Goroth, very nice to meet you. As he takes your hand, you feel an overwhelming presence coming from him. You didn't notice standing close, but now you feel it. You feel his namesake of being Archmage and the most powerful wizard in the world. Him introducing himself as Finnick Shore. You realize, yes, this is not a man I want to get on the bad side of. But also, his touch is gentle. Comforting, almost. And you feel an overwhelming wash of healing come across you, which is odd. And you are restored to your full strength, to your full hit points. It says,
Receiving the healing, I would sheathe my axe and slam my right fist against my chest and bow forward, thanking him deeply for what he did, and he didn't have. And I say he didn't have to go out of his way. He
"Oh no, please, please, no need to bow. I believe that the full strength of the group I have assembled will be needed for this job. If you will come with me, I believe it's time for us to gather the rest of the group, and I inform you of what you're doing for me." He leads you to the barracks, and you see a tall dragonborn woman of white scales. She's not exactly your height, Goroth, but she is extremely tall. She stands about 7'3". Finnick looks to her and says, "I believe it is time that we get our little group here together." She nods and leads both of you to the the rooms of your future traveling companions. It leads you to the room where Kaitsu and Alexander Crow sit and wait. You both hear a knock at the door, and you hear the familiar voice of Gunday Bone Smasher, the Dragonborn woman that is head of the color guard here. And she says, "You two fuckers in there need to get up. It's time to move." You hear 3 sets of footsteps walk away, and she leads you to another room down the hall about 3 doors. And Eulara and Thyxus, you both hear the same knock, and you hear the harsh tone of Gunday say, "It's time to get up, you weaklings. Meet in the courtyard. You have 5 fucking minutes or you're all gonna be in for it."
I'm going to start packing my things and get ready to leave.
I didn't really unpack for me, but I gather what I did and go ahead and put, make sure that my little properly adjusted on myself, and I head out too.
I double checked I have everything, and just made sure I didn't drop anything, and I go out the door, following those who was actually told to go to the courtyard.
I gather my things in neat and proper bags and follow Alexander out.
Now these two
man.
groups, you
Real
both.
quick.
What's that?
I want to do something real quick.
What would you like to do?
Following the head guard of the barracks, to introduce them, or not introduce, to see both rooms and how she responds when knocking makes me feel more at home, because it reminds me of my days of training on the mountain, which allows me to relax properly.
Very well. You all have seen Gunday before, and you all get the sense that she's definitely a no-nonsense leader here. She carries a very large 2-handed warhammer made of solid iron on her back, and some of you have gotten a close look at it, and you can see the permanent stains of blood on the hammer's head itself. Making very quick work of gathering your things, some of you a little faster than others, you all make your way to the courtyard where you all see one another for the first time. And standing in front of you is Gunday, the very large dragonborn woman, and the half-elven man known as Finnick Shore. Behind both of them sits a small wooden chest of black iron wood and rolled iron bars in a cross-lattice pattern, and you see a very sturdy-looking lock on it. Finnick crosses his arms and informs you all. The task that I have asked you all here is this, as he motions to the small box. There's something of great value here that I need you all to transport to the city of John. There's a good reward for you all if you complete it, and, well, let's just say death if you don't. Now, there are a few stipulations to this. You have 2 weeks. You have 14 days. to get this small crate from here to John. Normally it's a 6-day ride, but I am not sure what lies in wait for you. So I'll give you a little more time. First off, whatever you do, do not open the box. Do not tamper with it. If you do, I will know, and let's just say I could be anywhere within the world very quickly. Unfortunately, I cannot do this task myself. I have other important matters to attend to. You will all be provided with a cart and 2 horses for this task. I hope you all will take this extremely seriously. And he looks at each of you kind of warily, unsure of if you'll actually get the job done or not.
Can I leave and whisper if the chest itself is safe to touch?
Finnick says, yes it is, as long as you hold it by the handles. Anywhere else, you might get a bit of a shock. Or potentially worse. Looking at the crate, it's only about 2 feet wide, a foot high, and about a foot deep.
While he was talking, I was writing everything down in my journal.
He looks to you all and just very quickly says, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me.
I asked if there's a certain path you would like us to take.
The quickest and most direct route. Personally, but the choice is yours. You have 2 weeks. He suggests probably follow the Blood Mist River. But do be careful. There are known to be quite a few nasties that lurk around it.
I get down on one knee beside the crate. I take one handle and very gently lift it just a little to see how much it weighs.
It is extremely light. You think it probably weighs about... You think most of the weight is in the crate itself? It only weighs about 10 pounds.
Noticing that it's extremely light, I take it by both handles and slowly lift it up.
Yeah, it's
and
easy
ask
for
where
you.
the card is.
Well, what were you asking?
Where the card is. It may be easy, but it may blow up.
Gunday says the card is being prepared now. It will be maybe within a few minutes ready.
Can I ask as my character would describe him, the very tall man, how heavy it is?
Yeah.
I would say, gently weighing his hands, nothing more heavier than a dog, about 10 pounds.
Okay, I just write this in my journal then.
I would like to then introduce myself as Goroth of the Sky Whale clan, and bow my head slightly to all of them.
Goroth introduces himself to you all.
I'll go next. After I finish writing, I look up from the book. I'm like, I am Alexander. My last name is Quill. I am excited to be joining you guys on this adventure.
I have a question real quick.
Yes?
You mentioned something about a dragon. Would there be rumors in this outpost of said dragon going around? Like, would we be aware of that?
You do not know. You do not know what the case holds or where it came from. If you ask, you can ask Finnick or Gunday about it.
Like, I'm asking, like, if, like, the color guard, like, they may not have mentioned anything about said artifact, but would they have, like,
Oh no.
talked about the dragon?
No, the color guard is keeping very tight lips about this entire
Okay.
thing. And you notice whenever one of the members of the color guard kind of walks through the courtyard, they give both Finnick and the box a very wide berth. And kind of looking around, when Goroth picked up the box, you saw a few of the color guard kind of shift uneasily. And even Gunday, being as strong as she is, she's giving a little distance. She's keeping a little distance between herself and the box.
Okay. I am gonna look up to Goroth and noticing everybody kind of a little uneasy. I really hope you know what you're doing with that thing.
Goroth also noticed that the very strong-looking dragonborn woman noticeably shifted unnervously, and he looks to the box, and then the elves speaking to him of asking if he knew what he was doing, he responds with, I mean, can't be that hard, it's just a box.
Gunday kind of snaps at you very quickly. I wouldn't call that just a fucking box. 20 men died for that thing. 20 of the best fighters in the entire country, actually. Not the box itself, of course, but what's inside it. I'd be careful with it. You never know who else might want it. And she just storms off quickly.
Goroth, after having said that, and her response in such a way, after she stormed off, he's noticeably distraught, because when she says that 20 men gave their life to get what's inside that box, it becomes a lot heavier in his hands.
Oh,
and it becomes a lot heavier in his hands. And at first he seems kind of sad, because it reminds him that even just normal hunting parties where he lives could end up in his entire village being slaughtered, and he's supposed to remind himself that each time he goes out. But then realizing just how important the box was now, he feels determined to get it there where he's the Josh idiot.
Thyxus, give me a wisdom saving throw.
I got a 1. That's so terrible.
A natural 1. Okay, well. This is not a very important DC, but you, sir, get to have the first whisper.
Hello.
Within your head, you hear a very feminine voice come in, and all you hear is just thousands and thousands repeating voices. So many you can't really describe the amount. They're whispers, but it's almost like it's screaming at you. And all they're saying is, free me, free me, free me, constantly. And that is all you hear. And as quickly as this onset, it goes away.
And you said it was a feminine voice, right?
Yes, yes.
Alright.
You all notice the blue tiefling kind of shudder for a second.
Goroth trying to make the best of the current party arrangement, trying to get to know everybody, notices, says shiver, and asks if the small tiefling is okay.
I'm fine. Just hearing some things.
I take a couple steps away from Thixus, I guess. Or I give a really judgmental look for no reason. Because I don't want to be that person yet.
Can I lean forward and ask him, does he hear the sky whales too?
I agree. I hear the sky whales.
Oh, I thought it was only me. He stands straight.
I write down this interaction.
Finnick is still there, yes?
Yeah. He's kind of just watching you all right now, just observing how you interact with one another. He seems a bit amused by all this.
I shall approach him and ask him direct just exactly how many people know said box.
Everyone within this camp, everyone at the Bloodvale Acropolis, and no one else. And it will stay that way until you reach John.
I asked the party, when do we want to leave and go after the trout is prepared? Are we going to do it the same day?
Finnick interrupts you. You leave right now, actually. As without even turning around, you see the cart that was being prepared for you being brought out.
Hi.
Goroth doesn't question a thing. After having felt that man's touch and just a simple shake of the hand, and knowing the fact he could most likely teleport across the world, knowing when the cart was coming did not surprise him. So he simply turned around and carried the box to the cart.
As you all kind of walk past Finnick, you all feel that same presence, that same terrible yet comforting presence that he puts off.
Can I inspect the trout just to get some details of the trout?
Give me a perception check.
Is that D20?
Yes. Everything you guys roll will be D20, so.
Okay, and I have a proficiency in perception too, so. Okay, so with my modifier perception, it is 13.
Alright, it's a very simple cart. It does have a cover over the back. You have a feeling it'll easily fit all 5 of you. Two in the front driving the cart, and then the other 3 in the back with the crate.
Is there something holding it down?
Holding what down?
The crate?
No, the crate is basically going to sit there.
Okay.
Once Goroth gets close, and at first he's kind of questionable about the cart and how much, if it can hold him because of his size. However, once he sets the crate in and climbs in himself, he relaxes knowing he won't be cramped and nobody else will be as well.
Yeah, it's a fairly large. It can easily fit you. The horses look very strong and young.
So
when I enter the back of the cart, my first action is to slide it slowly to the very back against the back wall, and that's where I start unloading my pack, but keeping, basically once I unload all the stuff in my pack, I make it look like the crate just another thing.
All right.
I,
Give me a survival check just to see how well you can camouflage this. So it'll be a D20, adding your survival modifier, which you have proficiency in.
I got a 15.
15.
Yes, with
You're-
modifiers.
You're able to very. You managed to hide it. It looks like this is just some stuff, an extra cart that you guys would carry, extra crate.
can I ask the party who's going to be the first two to take the reins? Okay.
That's gonna be me, guys. I got this.
Yeah, okay. So, and I asked you who you are.
I kind of tap the side of the wagon. I am Eulera. I'm a druid. Don't really worry about it too much. I'm nice, you know. Miles.
You were introduced? Okay.
I approach them both and I explain that, well, if we're traveling together, we should all get to know each other. I am Kaitsu Akuma.
So, Kaitsu introduces himself.
I set my shield down in the back of the cart and the rest of my pack. My name's the Axis.
Introduced to the Axis. I just say I'm a bard, so if you guys have any music requests, to let me know.
Goroth, hearing that they have a bard in their party, comes forth in the cart. Not quickly, but you can see he's noticeably excited. And once he leans through a bit to look to the party, he asks if you know the Song of the Sky Whale people.
Give Alexander.
Yeah.
Give me just an intelligence check.
Intelligence check. Okay. Let's see here.
So, D20, add your intelligence modifier.
18.
You have no clue what the hell he's talking about.
I knew this. I knew that. Just
Goroth isn't surprised by the dumbfounded look, but he kind of just slowly goes back into the cart.
I open up my journal as he's leaving and just writes down Sky Whale Song? Treasure mark. Just something to keep my eye out for now.
I simply sigh and rest my head in my palm.
I toss in my pack and I get up into the driver's seat. Trot, let's go, guys.
Finnick, go ahead.
I'm trying to climb the back of the cart with the giant Goliath.
All right.
Yeah.
Finnick once again tells you all as you're all climbing in, be safe. 14 days.
I nod and get in the back as well.
I turn to Finnick and tell him not to worry, we should get the job done as quickly as possible, and join my party in the back.
All right.
Goroth, before he steps away, leans forward, and asks if is there any quartermaster or shop we can talk to before we leave.
Finnick says, yes, there are. There's Beatrice Glar. She's a armorsmith, weaponsmith. The potion master of Tyruk. Tyrek the Potion Master, he's here. If you need anything, I would suggest speaking to them before you leave.
Goroth takes out his pouch of and shakes them a bit to show that he does have quite a few. And he asks the rest of the party if we could head to the Potion Master first.
I don't have an issue with it.
I'm fine with it as well.
I'm fine with it.
I'm fine. I'm chill.
Alright. So, before you all head out, you disembark from the wagon. And Kaitsu, you being here the longest, you know where the Potion Master is. You lead the group there, and you see the dark-skinned, dark hair, about mid-length, dark elf male, Tyrek Yazro. Kind of just meddling with his chemist set right now in his room. And he hears you all come in and says, what can I help you with? Not looking up from his work.
Sets pouch of coin onto the table, and having had to lean through the doorway, he now kind of slouches so his head doesn't hit anything, and slouches his shoulders so he doesn't bump into anything. And he sets the coin, waiting for the man to look up, and once he does, he asks anything healing potions that this can buy with.
When you place the pouch on the table, his ears do prick, and he just says, you could probably buy 2 with that. Why do you need them for? And he turns around and sees you all as like, oh, it's you. He holds up a finger and says, give me 1 second. And
So as
he pulls out a crate and puts it down and slides it to you all. And in each of it, there's a single lesser healing potion for every single one of you.
Gora responds with, I don't think I can pay for all of them.
Oh no, this is just your normal supply for the job you're doing. If you need anything else, you will have to pay for them.
I noticed this. How tall is the town, eh?
It's tall. You're about eye level with the table.
I'm 3 feet tall, so...
Yeah. Yeah, you're about eye level with the top of the desk.
I asked someone if they could hand me my potion, please.
I will approach the box, take a potion for myself, and then hand the other to Alex.
I take and say thank you to the man and to Kaitsu as well.
You are welcome, friend.
I take mine and then slightly wander off to try to find like a makeshift graveyard or something.
There is no graveyard here.
Oh, sad. So sad.
Sad face.
They burn their dead out here.
Super sad.
Gora, after getting the potions, thanks the man by softly bowing his head, being sure not to move too quickly just in case. After having taken a potion and handed everyone else their potion, he asks if he can also take the crate.
I don't see why you would need it, but sure.
Gora bowing his head again, saying thank you. He takes the empty crate and slowly, very slowly turns around and makes his way outside, back to the car.
I follow Dwarf.
Watching Alexander and Goroth, it humors me a little bit, but I also find it very respectful. and almost kind of pleasant that Goroth was so nice to not knock everything around. Because everything that she's really ever heard of Goliath has been just absolute mayhem. So it was a nice change. But she is also going to go back to the cart now.
Alright. No one is buying any extra potions. Okay. You all load back into your respective places in the cart. The gate is opened. It's an inward opening gate with 2 doors. They open it once more, just enough to let the full cart out. And as soon as you all exit the cart, the doors slam behind you. And you begin your journey.
So after we leave the town, I turn to everyone that's in the back of the truck with me, and I am like, okay, I just want to see if everyone's okay with this. Can we do an inventory check to know what we have available to eat to everyone? And I go first, reading off what I have with me, which is I have 6 pieces of chalk. I have 1 tint, 1 chain, 1 flask, my book, 1 inkwell, 1 pin, a comfy bedroll, the basic bedroll, rope, lantern. I have 11 days of rations and 1 lesser potion.
Goroth then goes next, waving to all of his stuff that's already been unpacked to help hide the crate. Has 1 block and tackle, a lantern that is hooded, 10 flasks of oil, 10 rations, 2 sets of tinderboxes, 2 chains that are rolled up in the corner, a cooking kit, 4 whetstones, and what seems to be a general adventuring backpack.
I write this down in my journal.
I'm driving the cart. I can't really look into my pack.
Yeah, that's why I asked everyone in the back.
Well, you know what you have in your pack, Yolera. So you can list it off if you wish. You don't have to show everyone what you have. You don't have to tell everyone everything you have either.
No. I'm keeping my focus on the road and the horses.
I open my bag.
I don't know if you're still talking there, Kaitsu, but you did cut out, so.
Does not know.
Kaitsu, you are quiet right now. You're not saying anything.
Oh,
Alright, he dropped. Okay. He's gonna rejoin shortly. There he is.
Sorry about that. Hold on just a second.
Anyone else want to take their turn while we wait for him? Dixis?
I start pulling out stuff from my bag, mainly like my mace that was sticking out of the top, a dagger, 2 bedrolls. I point to the shield that's at my feet, some 150 feet of rope, incense, a tinderbox, and a water skin.
I write this in my journal.
I shall list off everything in my inventory now, which is a prayer book, incense, a tinderbox, 2 holy water flasks, 50 feet of rope, 2 torches, 5 days of rations, a base bedroll, comfy bedroll, 1 lesser potion, and a climber stick.
I also write this in my journal.
Alright. So, Yulera, you being the only one outside of the tent currently, you notice dark storm clouds moving in.
I kind of look around for a second before turning my head and just kind of give a little bit of a warning that the weather's about to get a little nasty.
Alright.
The moment Goroth hears this, he noticeably tenses up. After him not having been prepared for that goblin attack, he is now almost paranoid. And he's taken to his training again of always being perceptive, always keeping an eye out, even if it's uncomfortable. So Goroth noticeably has one of his hand axes, resting in his lap.
Alright. A few hours pass, and it's about midday now. Maybe 1 p.m. And at this point, the storm has fully rolled in. What was a light snow, a light dusting at the beginning of the day is now almost avalanche levels of snowfall. You see large fist-sized pieces of hail dropping as well, wind sweeping through. It is very hard to control the cart right now. Yulera, I need you to make a perception check to keep on the road. You can barely see the front, the noses of the horses that are leading this wagon.
I liked that one. So it's a perception?
Yep, D20, add your perception modifier.
Plus good. Huh? So 13 plus 5 is an 18. So
All right.
18.
You are able to hold the horses steady on the path, so you're kind of not using your eyesight much anymore. You're using your hearing, trying to keep up with the sound of the horseshoes hitting the tamped down snow, and kind of connecting with the road a little bit. Very distinct sound, and you're using that to guide them. All of you do hear out in the distance the howling of wolves.
Goroth hearing the howling of just how bad. About halfway through, when the storm had just begun, he had taken his bedroll and basically used himself to help win. But he put himself to the back of the car, made sure that no snow or wind could blow in.
All right.
But once he hears the wolves, he slightly pulls down one of the corners to look out himself. And then covering the corner again, he turns to the party, saying, I think we should make a decision, either to camp out through this and risk a wolf attack, or continue going through the storm and risk losing the cart.
We'd also risk losing the horses as I look up to Goroth. The cold and the wolves both could take them.
Goroth nodded his head slightly to Thyrus and said, if we do continue, I think we're going to need someone to sit up there who can either help defend the horses with magic or ranged, or be ready to jump from the cart at any time. in the middle of a snowstorm.
I feel like we're going to have a better chance if we continue.
Gorov turns to the rest of the party, asking if they food.
I lean forward with my hands together and agree on the first option that we should probably take shelter somewhere.
I don't mind taking shelter either, as I sit back and start picking my things up, equipping my shield.
So are you all deciding to find shelter?
Gorov, seeing that Alex is paying attention, decides to join the other two when thinking they should rest. He raises his voice, hoping that Lara can hear it over the storm. And he roars to find some place they can set shelter, either behind closed trees or something.
I can barely see the horses' noses now.
He doesn't know that.
I know, that's why I'm saying it to you right now.
Metagame.
No, she's saying it out loud right now.
Yeah.
Like screaming it back.
If
Yeah.
we camp, we're camping on the road. Because I can't pull out.
Dora thinks a bit. Due to his training in the mountains, remembers that wolves tend to avoid well-populated areas or usual areas, so the road would be safer than camping somewhere else. So he agrees to camp here and asks Ulair to pull the horses over, or to simply stop them.
I'm a little disgruntled about it because I feel like we should just keep going because I do have contact right now. But I pull over because everybody else is agreeing to take shelter.
So I made a recommendation to look at the wind and see how the wind's blowing the snow, and to set up camp on the other side of the trout so that the wind chill is only one way.
The wind is blowing north to south right now, and you guys are traveling directly north, or northwest.
Okay. That's just what I recommend to the group, but I also recommend we have someone buy the horses just in case.
Goroth interrupts Alex, saying, not to be rude, but I believe I should be the one with the horses. Because of his years training in the mountain, he's more used to this climate, and he feels he would be the better choice. And he'll simply take his bedroll. Oh no, he'll just take the blanket that comes with his bedroll, and they can use his, which, mind you, is made to fit big 8'8" boy.
Yeah. All right, Ulaira, give me a perception check.
$15.
You're looking out, and for a split second, the wind and snow die down just enough for you to get a good look what's in front of you. You see the road kind of cuts to the right a bit, but off to the left you do see a cave.
I do see a cave, guys, but I don't know what would be in said cave. Goroth, if you have any ideas, but I feel like that would be better shelter.
Goroth seems to mentally struggle with this new information, knowing what could be lurking inside caves.
Goroth, give me a nature check.
Me?
Yeah. There'll be a. Do you have proficiency?
19.
Okay.
I have a proficiency in survival.
Alright, so not nature then. So it'll be your d20
His
adding
base
your
roll was 19.
Yeah, so add your intelligence modifier, which is nothing, so
Which I don't
the
have.
19 total.
Yes.
You know, all sorts of creatures live in caves. Goblins, polar bears, wolves, dragons, orcs. There is no telling what's inside there. The best bet is just to go and find out.
I
At the mention of the cave, Brock noticeably pales. However, he does put forward that he believes it better to send a group in while keeping, send 2 to 3 in while having 2 to 3 stay in the cart.
I like to go off as he says this, and I agree. But I think the people we send, if anyone has a way to contact the people outside, letting them know if it's safe or not, there should definitely be someone who goes in that is able to contact the people on the outside from inside.
Goroth steps forward. Due to his large stature, he does have a loud voice, and sometimes even when he's supposed to be using indoor voice, he forgets. However, at the notice that he might be able to use said outdoor voice, he leans forward a bit, keeping the corners up, saying, I could be the one to go in with whoever else wishes to come with me, and we can use my lantern to help us see, and I can be the one to signal.
I look to the group and I ask if anyone is able to see in the dark at all.
I raise my hand. I can see in the dark.
Now,
So-
Phyxus, Kaitsu, and Yolera, you all have dark vision.
So I don't mean to volunteer people, but just from what I see, I think that the group that goes in should be the Goliath and someone who can see in the dark and someone who can defend. The cult still has to be here, physically and magically.
I vote to stay with the cart.
I can go in the cave as well, since I can see.
We'll go in the cave as well.
Okay, then I'll stay with the cult as well.
Goroth nods to both Kaitsu and Darius in a acknowledgement that they'll be coming with him. He then packs small. He packs his rope and a single chain with his great axe and 2-hand axe.
Before he leaves, I do mention that if anything does happen, I will try and signal with my flute, trying to hit a very high-pitched noise, hoping that I might hit them.
Alright.
I look at everybody and I say, as a signal for us on the inside, there will just be a very bright light that comes out.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
I wait to stand.
So, Yolera, you tell the group that the cave is about 75 yards ahead. So, it's probably about 300 feet. You can choose to pull the cart closer, or you can set them out by themselves now.
I would rather be closer to the cave. Like, we have the cart kind of like outside of the cave.
That might be...
Alright, so how
But, like,
close,
not
how close do you want
directly
to get?
That I don't know.
You want to get like 50 feet away from the cave, 100, 150?
I'd say maybe about 100 feet.
Alright. So, Yolera leads the cart leaving about 100-foot distance between the cart and the cave. Goroth, Thyxus, and Kaitsu, you all exit the cave and begin heading towards it. I need all of you just to make a general strength check, so a d20 adding your strength modifier. Just to see how well you hold up against the blowing wind.
So is that everyone or just the three?
Just those three.
Okay.
I got a 16.
Okay, you're good.
I got a 7.
Alright, you have trouble finding your footing right now. You're kind of being blown a little bit.
Could I help him?
Yes, you can. You can either tie him off with a rope, or you can kind of stand to one side of him and stabilize himself.
Yeah, I'm gonna use a rope and tie him to myself to help pull.
With the
Alright.
modifiers, I got a 20.
Alright, yeah, you're good as well. So
And I would like to notice that they're struggling and to reach out and to help them.
alright. Thyxus, you're tying Kaitsu to yourself. How well do you tying him? You tie him like kinda loose or pretty tight?
Kinda loose, but tight enough so he can like follow.
Alright.
Just in case he falls, he doesn't pull you down.
Yeah, just in case if he falls, I don't have to get going with him.
Alright. So you all move closer to the cave. Who's gonna be out front leading this charge?
Me.
Alright, Goroth, who's gonna be in the center?
I will.
Alright, and Kaitsu, you're gonna be at the back then.
Correct.
So Goroth, you being used to this kind of climate, this kind of weather, you can see about where you're moving. Not well, but you have a generalized direction. Your progress is a little slow. It takes you about 10 minutes to get from the cart to the mouth of the cave. But as you get to the mouth of the cave, you do notice, like, it is significantly easier. Like, the way this cliff face is, it's kind of shielding from the wind and from the snow. Do you move into the cave yet?
I would like to light my. Well, I would like to shield my. Use my body as a shield, and then begin entering the cave after having lit my lantern.
Alright. So you light your lantern and you kind of like just huddle over it really quick to light it, and you move into the cave slowly. Dixis and Kaitsu, you follow behind him.
Yes, with my shield and mace in hand.
Alright.
Now that I have my lantern out, I use the hooded. I don't use the hooded thing to pull it down. I lift it a bit above my head to see if I can't see not only the sides of the cave, but the top of the cave.
The cave entrance is about 20 foot wide and it stands about 15 foot high. And the light reaches as far as it can, which is about 30 feet, and you don't see the back of the cave. Give me a perception check, Goroth. Kaitsu and Thyxus, you make this as well. Or, one of you can give the help action, which will give advantage to one person.
Yeah, I'll give the help action to someone.
Alright, who are you going to give it to?
Goroth being the taller one.
Alright, Goroth, you have advantage on this perception check. You roll 2d20, take the higher number. And then add your modifier.
I got a 15 with my proficiency bonus. It makes it 17.
Alright. Just barely over the sounds of the howling wind, Goroth, you hear a very low, grumbling growl coming from within the cave. You don't know what it could be made by, but you do know it's a fairly decent-sized creature. The bigger, you can probably place the size bigger than a wolf, but definitely smaller than a dragon.
Goroth, after hearing the low growl, seems relieved. However, he does he does turn to Kaitsu and Therius and says, "There's definitely something deeper in this cave, but I can't place the sound. But it doesn't seem to be any larger. It seems to be larger than a wolf, but definitely not as large as a dragon. And when I say dragon, I see noticeably."
Okay. So, as this going on, Alexander, Eulera, I need both of you to make wisdom saving throws.
Wisdom saving throws. And that's a d20?
Yep.
Okay. I got a 5.
I got a 17.
Eulera. Nothing happens to you. Alexander, though. You, sir. You hear a feminine voice come into your mind. And it sounds like it's a whisper, but it's thousands of the same voice repeating over and over again on top of each other. What is a whisper sounds like thousands of people screaming, and all you hear it say is, "Free me, free me, free me."
Okay.
Welcome back.
Eulera, you see Alexander his eyes kind of go wide, and you see him cover his ears for a second in a bout of panic.
I want to first kind of try to get his attention by waving my hand. I'm a little sketchy to actually touch him right now, but I try to see if he's okay.
I notice her waving, and I look to her, and I just have kind of a shocked look on my face.
As soon as her hand waves in front of you, it stops. As soon as you're snapped out of it, you don't hear it anymore, and you feel a wave of relief.
Can I explain what happened?
Yes.
As I write it down in my journal?
Yes.
I look
Hang on
to the druid.
before you do.
Yeah.
Oh, yep.
Yep, everyone. Yep, they're...
Go ahead. Those three don't know what's going on. They're not there. So.
Okay. I look to the druid and I tell her I heard a whisper of a screaming, light female voice of thousands of voices, screaming and like a whisper in my ear, saying release me," over and over thousands of times.
I'm a little concerned now about this mission and about what's in that box, because I'm thinking back to everyone that when Goroth picked it up and everything, and they kind of wigged out. I am starting to kind of question some things, and I'm like,
Alright.
I'm okay with this.
Alright. Moving back. Alright. So you two, this is y'all's two knowledge right now, so can't tell anyone else.
Okay.
Alright. Back to Goroth, Kaitsu, and Thyxus.
Yeah.
You three slowly move forward into the cave. Goroth, that grumbling becomes louder. Kaitsu, Thyxus, you both hear it now as well. It is unsettling. Do you move forward?
I mean, how far are we from the cave?
You're right now about 10 feet in. You can still kind of see the cart. It's hard to make out. But you could see about another 30 feet in the cave. You still haven't seen the back yet. As you're looking on the ground, you do see bones.
Could
Animal
I
bones.
perform a nature check to figure out, like, the
Yes.
dietary plan of this creature?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh yeah, no. A 6.
It's a lot of bones. A lot of different
There's a
animals.
lot of bones.
Yeah.
This thing eats a lot, guys, so...
Can Goroth that Thysis tried to see what it was, but seemed to guess what it was? Could I also...
Goroth, you're looking around, kind of being familiar with the area. You know, like, there's definitely some fish bones here, some deer. Nothing huge. Small, just smaller stuff. But there's a lot of bones, and some of them definitely look a lot older than others.
So I do crouch down, and I do, like, inspect the bones a bit, my hand axe, to kind of slowly. And I do say, this only seems to be fish and deer bones. And I make the assumption we might be facing a bear.
With that... Oof. Alright. You see a very large white bear come charging from the back of the cave to Goroth as he's bent down. As it tries to bite down on him. It does manage to sink its teeth into his large bicep.
Can I roll for initiative?
First, Goroth, you will take 8 points of piercing damage, and immediately after, it will look to you, Thyxus, and swipe at you with its paw. Also, landing a hit, a natural 19 on the die, plus 7. And you, sir, will take... I'm gonna re-roll that, because that's max damage.
That'd be me down on the ground.
Okay, that's better. That'll be 8 points of slashing damage to you. I need all three of you to roll initiative.
D20, right?
Yep.
Do I get any proficiency bonuses with this?
No.
I rolled a 15.
I got a 9.
I got a 12.
Alright. Goroth, you just being blindsided by this polar bear. Look at it, infuriated. It is your turn, sir.
Baron? Can we be both equally angry?
Can you and the bear both be equally angry?
Well, I would assume the bear's already angry.
Yes, the
We
bear's
are-
pissed. You're pissed as well. You just had
I
a
would like
chunk
to
taken off.
addition to this already angered state and use rage.
Alright, you rage. Phyxis Kaitsu, you see just the veins in Goroth's head pop in his bald head, and you see this thick froth start coming from his mouth. You hear him let out a very guttural scream that takes you by surprise for a second, and then you realize he's a Goliath and he's from the mountains. This is very fitting of him. That is your bonus action, Goroth. What are you doing with your action?
So how far is the bear?
It is right on top of you.
Oh, it is on top of me.
Yes. It is like looming over you. Like it is standing on its back paws and on its hind legs, and it stands easily 12 foot tall.
4 feet taller than me.
Headbutt the bear.
Deck that fucking bear in the face.
Us in the back chanting.
My
Just
attack
do it.
is after having taken this hit. I would. Does it consume an action if I switch my hand axe to my other hand?
No.
Okay. I would like
That's
to,
a free action, so you do that for free.
I would like to switch my hand axe to my right arm,
Alright.
and in my absolute furious state, I would like to aim directly for its throat.
Alright. This being an aimed attack will be at disadvantage. So
I'm okay with that.
So you'll roll 2d20, take the lower number, add your strength and proficiency bonus.
I got a 6.
6 total?
No, 7. 7 in total.
Did you roll a 2 on the die?
Yes.
Wow. You
Yeah.
go to swing, and you know you're really strong, and your muscles are really thick. You do manage to plant this axe into the bear's neck. But you see, oh, you're just as strong as I am. Come over Goroth's face, Kaisu and Phyxis, as this does no damage to the bear. Next up, Kaitsu, your turn.
I'm going to draw my longsword in my right hand and my shield in my left hand, and I guess I'm going to go for an attack at its head.
Alright. So, making a longsword attack against the bear's head.
Do what?
So you're making a longsword attack against the bear's head, correct?
Yes.
Disadvantage on the attack roll. So a d20 twice, take the lower number, and then add your strength and proficiency bonus. By the way, with your shield equipped, you gain a +2 to your AC.
Okay.
Quick, out of... Well, what is AC?
That's your armor class. That's what you have to beat to land a hit, basically.
Alright.
So, what is the total on that attack roll, Kaitsu?
4.
Did you roll a natural 1?
No.
So, what'd you roll on the die?
4.
Add add your strength modifier and your proficiency bonus. You always
Oh,
have to
okay.
add those two on attack rolls.
Alright, so I rolled a 9 then.
You very quickly drawing your sword and shield. You go for a downward slash on the bear, and the bear just kind of swats at your arm with its paw and knocks your arm away. You have your bonus action. If there's anything you can do with it, but I don't think there is. You have
Yeah,
you have 30 foot of movement. Well, you use 15 foot of movement to get to the bear, so you have 15 feet to move again. But if you move out of range of the bear, it will get an attack of opportunity.
I'll back away 3 feet.
Alright, so movement's based in 5 feet increments.
Okay, so 5 feet then.
Alright. You're moving out of its attack range, so it'll get an attack of opportunity against you. That'll be a 17 to hit your AC.
My AC is 18.
That misses. Alright. So the bear lashes out at you with its claws, and you just lift your shield up, and you hear the grating sound of claws on metal as it scratches your shield. That ends your turn. Phyxis, you're up.
Alright, so for my action,
You
I'm
two
going
are
to-
still tied together, by the way.
Yeah. As my first action, I'm going to cast False Life on myself, which it just bolsters my HP by 1d4 plus 4. It's just temporary hit points.
Alright.
So 7 temporary. And as my bonus action, I'm going to untie myself
Alright.
from the Paladin.
That's your full turn?
Yep.
Alright, now is the bear's turn. The bear, now having 2 targets close to it, will once again reach out to bite you, Goroth. I'm liking this die.
It's never a good sound.
That is a 13 to hit, Goroth. What is your AC?
14.
14! Alright. As it goes to chomp down on you, you just barely pull back enough to avoid it, and you hear the loud snap and snarl, and you smell this thing's breath, and it is just rank with rotten fish. And you get a good look at it for once. You see it's a little emaciated, a little hungry, but the most noticeable thing is the polar bear's normal kind of brownish eyes are glazed over gray. Next, the attack against you, Kaitsu. It will reach out with its claws once. It will move closer to you. It'll take that 5-foot step, still remaining within range of you, Goroth. And stepping in a range with you, Kaitsu, will swing out. That's a 26 to hit. Pretty sure that hits your AC. That'll be 10 points of slashing damage against you, Kaitsu.
Shit.
Goroth, it is your turn.
After having getting a good look at the bear, I do notice it's relatively old, as well as its eyes, with its eyes being glazed over, and the fact it does seem extremely hungry. Would it cost a point to anything if I said something?
You have 6 seconds of speech per turn. So you,
Seeing my bloodied rage, I try. I step. I step with the bear. With his 5 feet. Grabbing at the. Grabbing at Kaitsu's belt for his rations of dried meats and so on and so forth. And I tell both of them not to do anything else, to not attack. Hope for the best.
alright, so you're trying to basically bribe the bear into leaving you guys alone right now.
I'm not trying to bribe it, I'm trying to say we didn't mean.
Alright.
But yeah.
So you're gonna throw some meat at it. Give me an animal handling check with disadvantage.
Jesus Christ, if we befriend this bear.
Disadvantage. This bear is pissed off and it's hungry. And it sees fresh meat right now.
We're gonna die, guys. I got a 12.
No, this bear does not care at all.
Oh, God.
It just snarls at you again.
Can I punch him in the nose?
You use your action for that. You can use your bonus action to make an unarmed strike. So roll a d20, add your strength modifier.
I'm not unarmed. I have a piece of jerky.
He's gonna shove it down his throat.
I got a 16.
Alright. That hits. Roll a d4. 1d4. And add your strength modifier, and that will be the damage that you deal.
I do more damage with a piece of meat. Look out.
Isn't a D4 the triangle one?
Yes,
Yep.
the pyramid.
Okay, that one.
The one that looks like it would hurt if you stepped on it.
It does hurt if you stepped on it.
Oh yeah, I've stepped on about like 3 in a row.
I got a 10. No. Sorry about that. I got a 7.
7. Okay. You just like, alright, shit, that isn't working, and with your free hand, just shove your fist in this bear's jaw, and you clock it, and Kaitsu, you hear just a sickening thud against this bear's jaw as Goroth just slams his giant fist into its face. That ending his turn. It's your turn now, Kaitsu. That was some decent damage for just a fist.
Me and Jude are just sitting here like,
Give me a piece of jerky.
How do you think it's going in there?
Poor Kaitsu almost had food robbed off of him.
My food! God damn it. Can I, like, do, like, a sliding slash under its belly?
It'll be disadvantage.
Wait, it'll be cool.
But it will be, yeah, but it will be cool if you land it, so.
Will be cool.
aim for the dick.
Well, I mean, you gotta figure out how to kill this goddamn bear.
You don't necessarily have to kill it.
Go for a horizontal slash at its hind legs.
Alright. So you're gonna run around the bear and go to slash its legs, roll the attack.
$13 plus the modifier. 18.
That hits. Roll damage. Which will be, you're one-handing the longsword. It'll be a D8
Yes.
adding your proficiency and strength modifier.
That dude just punched a bear.
9.
9 points of damage. Okay. Alright. So you slash out of this bear's hind legs, and you cut pretty deep with it as you see the crimson blood begin to flow down its legs. It kind of drops down to its front legs as well now, but it's still standing and it's still pissed off. So that will end your turn.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Can I ask the druid if we should go check on them? Because it's been like a little bit.
It's only been about 4 minutes.
It shouldn't take that long to check out a cave.
Give us 10 to get it.
This combat so far has only lasted about 12 seconds.
Oh,
I
Okay.
am going to move up and swing down on its head with my mace.
Alright, roll the attack.
Oh, please don't, God, don't hit my hand.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping that doesn't happen. 16.
That hits.
And it's a decent. 6 damage.
6 damage. Alright. I'm terrible at this math, so. Let's do a calculator. Alright, this bear's looking rough now. As you bring your mace down onto its skull, you hear the skull kind of crack and break. And you see one of its eyes, one of the eye sockets is broken, and you see that its right eye is now hanging outside of its skull. Does that end your turn?
As a bonus action, I'm going to try to shove the bear back with my shield.
Alright.
Thanks to my shield master. Feet.
That's a strength check, and does the bear need to make a check, or?
I would assume so. You would be
A dexterity
opposing
check.
me. It would be probably strength against strength.
Okay.
I got a 19 with modifier, natural 17.
Alright. It loses this check, and you do manage to push it back about 5 feet.
you fucking shove a bear.
A 5 foot and 3 inch height lane pushing down the bear.
You know, you kind of just like dig deep for this strength that you didn't know you have, and just smash into the bear's shoulder, and it does move back very slightly, but it does move.
Awesome. Now the end my turn.
Alright, now the bear, being extremely angry and hungry, it will go for 2 attacks against Goroth, and an attempt just to kill one of you.
The final round.
Oof. Alright, that's a 26 on the bite attack. So that'll
I'm
hit.
dead.
No, that's just a hit. It's not damage yet. And a 14 to hit on the second attack. Does that hit your AC?
No.
What's your
it
AC?
hit 90. It's 14.
Alright, so it hits exactly. So with that attack, you're going to take a quarter damage. Hitting AC, you take half. But you already take half, so. Alright. On the first hit, Goroth. You'll take 12 points of piercing damage, halved, because of your rage. And on the second, you will take 6 points of piercing damage, quartered, because of your rage and because of your natural armor deflecting the attack. So that will be a total of 9 points of damage to you.
Oh, I'm dead.
You're unconscious. Alright. Kaitsu, Thyxus, you both watch as Goroth takes this bite to his side. Just the bear's massive size just engulfing this large man in its teeth, and then pulling away and slapping at his head. You see him fall, unconscious but still breathing. That ends its turn. Goroth, I need you to make a death saving throw. I need you to roll a d20. Just a d20.
$17.
Alright, that is one success on a death saving throw. You need 3 to stabilize yourself. A natural 20 will wake you up with 1 hit point. A natural 1 will kill you. So, Goroth, that ends your turn. Kaitsu, your turn.
You just watched a very large man
Fall to the ground.
slap.
You just go to the fetal position.
Just
No,
lays down.
you can do this. Don't waste my sacrifice.
You're not dead yet.
You're still alive, just knocked out.
Yeah. Yo, with my luck so far.
Goroth. I mean, not Goroth. Kaitsu, what are you doing? That's 10 push-ups for me later.
I'm going to use my free action. I'm going to stow my shield and replace it with my second one.
Okay. It's your free action.
I'm going to attempt to climb the bear and stab it in the fucking neck with both swords.
Your action will be to climb the bear. Your bonus action, you'll only be able to stab with your offhand sword.
Fine.
Alright. Give me a dexterity check. Or acrobatics check. So it'll be a d20, add your acrobatics skill.
5.
You like throw yourself at the bear thinking, just screaming. And you come up about 2 feet short and fall flat on your face in front of the bear.
Oh.
And you lose the rest of your turn with that.
Lands on Goroth.
Yeah, like you go to like jump on the bear, but you trip over Goroth's unconscious body and face plant. You lose the rest of your turn. Thixus, you're up.
Okay. I have to just look at a few things to make sure certain spells are going to be okay right now. I have a giant to try, or a Goliath to try to save. Paladin to save, that's laying on top of this Goliath.
Yolera, Alexander, both of you make perception checks.
D20?
Yes, d20, add your perception skill.
I'm going to...
I got a 7.
I got a 19.
Alexander, you hear just
Go for it.
faintly screaming coming from within the cave.
Murder.
Thixus,
Alright, I'm going to two-hand my mace, and I'm going to smash it right down through the skull of the bear.
roll the attack.
I believe in you. Don't kill us.
15.
That hits, roll damage.
Oh, thank God. Will it 1d6 since I'm two-handing it, or
It'd be a 1d8.
1d8? Alright.
The d6 is for one-handing, d8 is for two-handing.
Oh, 11 damage to its face?
Alright,
Does that kill it?
how do you want to kill it?
I just kind of want to like bring the entire head off in one swoop with the mace.
Pure
Oh,
Yeah.
alright.
Like I want the like
Bear
bottom
lands on
jaw
Goroth.
of the bear's head
That's how
on
he
my
wakes
mace
up.
still. when I
Alright,
get rid of it.
so you're just like watching Goroth go unconscious, like, doesn't really doesn't really affect you that much. You don't know him too well. Watching Kaitsu eat absolute shit, like you begin thinking, I have a lot of work to do as a cleric now. This kind of pisses me off, and you bring your mace down onto the bear's head, caving in the top of its skull, snapping its neck in the process, and smashing it on the ground. And as you pick the hammer up, with a very, very sickening, the mace comes unlodged from the bear's skull as it lays limp on the ground.
On top of Goroth.
Alright, as a bonus action, I'm gonna cast Spare to Dying on Goroth.
Goroth, you are stabilized.
Whoa!
You're not conscious yet, but you are
I
stabilized.
know, I get it.
Would I be able to like make another bonus action to cast like light?
You are out of combat.
out of
now,
combat?
so-
Alright, I'm
yeah.
gonna cast light on my mace
Okay.
and make it as light as possible so they can see it from the ends or from the outside.
You guys do see Alexander, Eulara. You do see a decently bright light coming from the cave now, which Alexander, you know, is a sign like, hey, we need help.
Yeah.
Kaitsu, with your pride hurt of not being able to do the cool thing, you stand up, like rubbing your face a bit, kind of embarrassed.
Can't like Goliath.
Can I turn to the druid and let her know to stay with the coat as
Yeah.
I go and check out the cave?
All
No,
right.
the light was to say that the cave is clear.
Oh,
It
it's clear.
means both.
Yeah.
It means if you need help,
Goliath
Both.
yellow would have meant
Yeah.
or they're in danger.
All right. So, all right. Yeah. So Alexander, you know, like the cave is clear. If you're getting off, I need you to make a strength check. So D20, add your strength modifier. See if you can stand during the snowstorm.
Little 3-foot guy just a firm way.
As this is happening, I'm gonna use my
Lag.
my lesser potion and shove it down Goroth's throat.
uh-huh.
All right. Phyxis, you need to roll for that.
Okay. And it's gonna be a medicine check, right?
No, if you're just giving him a potion, you just roll the healing. So 2d4 plus 4.
You got 10 health back.
So,
Follow me.
Goroth, you are woken up with a very warm liquid streaming down your mouth. And you look around, like, where's the bear? Like, still angry, but not in your rage state.
I got a 5.
The wind immediately knocks you over. You are not able to walk in this wind at all.
I was
So
hoping
you
would've got a 1.
you climb back up on the cart like, yeah, I can't do that.
I'm just kind of
Gets off the
screaming a
cart.
little bit. Like I knew that was gonna happen.
Goroth, after noticing the bear is no longer living, he rubs his chest a bit, having felt like pressure hit him while he was asleep. He gets to his knees. He doesn't get to. He attempts to get up. Once he does, he goes to pick up his axe.
All right.
I will also pray near the bear now.
Okay. So,
I has to.
yeah, so you guys all are looking at the bear and wondering if there's anything else in the cave. You don't hear anything else.
After Goroth gets himself settled, he picks up his lantern, setting it upright. Would it still be lit?
No, it is gone out.
60-minute lantern. Yeah. Alright, so he would once again light it to help them see through the cave. Once it's lit, however, he remembered, like, as he was waking up, he had to like shield himself from the light. Now that he's awake, he sets the lantern on the ground, keeping the hood all the way up, so it fully illuminates. He then turns to the rest of them and asks, "Should we go get them and help them then, or should we just believe in them?"
At least one of you, I look back over at Goroth, at least one of you should go out and help push it in, at least. Get it in through the snow. It's going to be hard. Plus, if the wolves are still out there, they might be around.
I'll raise my hand and volunteer.
Alright.
I go back to praying.
Since I can't do shit with a bear.
He's trying to redeem himself.
Alright, Kaitsu, you make your way to the edge of the cave. Looking out, the storm is still whipping pretty hard. Now, knowing what it's going to take for you to get there, you do set yourself a little sturdier in the wind and make your way over to the cart, where you see Alexander kind of covered in more snow than he should be.
Looking extremely dissatisfied.
And
Mumbling to myself.
Yolera just kind of snickering.
Just me over there mumbling to myself. Fucking snow, fucking shit, fucking wind.
I tilt my head and raise my brow and ask them both, what happened here?
I look at him, blink a few times, and be like, I don't want to talk about it. Can you help me to the cave?
I turn around, lower my back a little, and say, hop on.
I hop onto the back and do a pity back ride.
Pity back ride.
Okay. So, Kaitsu with Alexander on your back and helping Yolera lead the horses to the cave. Do you guys pull the horses and the carriage into the cave or leave it outside?
I haven't unhitched the horses from the carriage. The horses are still wagon.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, do you want to pull the carriage and everything into the cave or leave it outside?
We're leading the horses while the horses are while the horses are pulling the carriage.
Yes.
Yeah.
Huh?
What she means is, she wants to bring the cart closer.
Yes.
To do so, she needs the horses.
Yes. And Kaitsu is helping you lead the horses to the cave. I'm asking, are you leading the horses into the cave or leaving them outside of the cave?
No, they're coming in.
Okay.
She's attached these horses already.
Okay, so you all lead the horses and the cart into the cave. And it is much nicer in here. You all decide to clear an area and to build a campfire. Who is going to build it?
Can I ask about the bear on the ground?
Yes.
I just look at the bear and I'm like, so, that seems fun.
Yeah, you see, Kaitsu looks a little torn up. Goroth looks really messed up right now. He looks hurt.
So do I, actually.
Yeah, Thixus looks hurt too.
I'm hella fucked up, to be honest. If we're going on a scale.
Everyone looks pretty jacked up right now.
Can Goroth basically give him his own potion to Thyson? Like, returning the favor?
Yes, you can, if you wish.
Then Thyson, here you go, mate.
I'll take it and then I'll drink the potion.
Can I use healing wood on someone?
Yes.
Please?
I'm gonna do that.
You both
Ryan.
can.
I want to do healing wood on Tysis.
Oh, before I drink the potion, okay. I was about to say I was rolling them in my hands.
So, Alexander, make your roll for healing word.
And it's a 1d4.
Yes, plus your spell modifier.
Which is...
It should be charisma, I think, for a bard.
Okay. 5.
That's good. That's not spicy.
Yolera, are you as well going to do this?
Yeah, I'm gonna do healing word on. That's the D20 and then my D4.
No, you just need to do the D4 and adding your spell modifier. Which, for you, I have... is a +5.
6.
On me also?
No, on me.
Oh, okay.
Alright.
Oh, my spell attack bonus is actually 5. I have this one down.
Yes.
So it should have been 10. Fuck.
Sorry, so Thyxus, you actually healed 10 hit points.
Oh, so I am. Yeah, I am. I'm gonna give Goroth his potion back.
Goroth refuses the potion, saying you gave his for his life, and if he's gonna be on the front lines, he might not be able to drink it himself anyway.
Understand.
Alright, so how potion works during combat is a bonus action to drink a potion yourself. It is an action to feed someone else a potion.
Okay.
Oh.
Or it'll be a bonus action to throw someone a potion.
Goroth politely refuses the potion, saying they can just get more later. However, Goroth does roll the bear, kind of to put him not near the back of the cave, but to the side of it. He then... How long would light last?
Light lasts up to, let's see, up to 1 hour.
So, Goliath, Goroth, would then go and ask if he could cast light on his hand axe, so Goroth can explore deeper to see if there's any loot or anything like that in the back of the cave.
I would reach up and just stand there.
Alright. Goroth, you kind of start exploring the cave. It's not that much deeper. It maybe goes another 30 feet in. So it's probably about 40 feet deep from the entrance.
Can I set up my comfy bedroll?
Yes.
Yeah, you start thinking.
So you all
They
kind of
start-
clear the bones and everything in one area, and you set up your camp there. Who is lighting a fire?
I will.
Alright, survival check. With
Actually,
advantage because you have a tinderbox. Unless you're using a spell.
know that he did leave his action. Could always use the light from his lantern.
Yeah, you can do that as well.
I mean, I could cast Sacred Flame. It's a cantrip, but that's a big old cantrip.
Just ignites the entire pile.
Of fire.
So you
That's
guys, he can cast a spell, you can do a survival check with advantage, or you could just use the light from the lantern.
I will just I'll use a torch, use the flame from the lantern.
Alright, so you just get a bit of tinder from and you get a fire going.
Yeah, pretty much.
Did I find anything in the back of the cave?
No, there was nothing back there.
Can I make a meal for everyone?
You use my ivory cooking set.
You could. What do you have to cook with? What ingredients do you want to use?
Ryan,
I look at the bed.
look at the bear.
That is true.
Oh, Goroth, after having knocked found anything. Can I take it?
Well, I'm also going to be right back. Dinner, so I'll be right back.
Yep. What was that, Goroth?
I would like to, could I take a few of the bones I find?
Yeah, you could take a few.
Are there
not
any
just
remaining?
Medium-sized bone? Just
There-
from the elk, so on and so forth.
Yeah, there's a few.
Can
I
I
take a
skin back?
rib, or I take about 2 ribs, and then I carry them back, remembering what I did to Kaitsu. I get into the cart now that it's inside and out of the way. I grab both one of my things of rations, as well as the crate.
Okay.
I carry the bag of rations in my mouth, and once I get to Kaitsu with the crate, I just kind of jerk my head towards him, giving him the ration, since I ripped one of his.
All right.
I accept and nod my head in thanks.
I then carry the cave, Liv's entire cave. Just, all right, let's move out.
Oof.
Goroth then takes the crate all the way to the back of the cave, still having the light from his hand axe.
Okay. Goroth, give me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh yeah. Where's my dice? 20, right?
Yeah, D20. Add your wisdom.
Oh, can I get low?
Add-
Yes! I got a 2.
All right. Where are you listening? Where are you listening from? Are you listening through Goroth? Through your?
Oh, what do you mean?
How are you listening to this? Are you listening through your account or through Holly's?
You can just pull me.
Okay. All right. So, you hear a feminine voice whisper thousands of times over, and this whisper sounds like screaming within your head, almost to the point of pain and causing you panic. All you hear is the words, "Free me, free me, free me," over and over again.
So this is whispered thousands of times.
Yes, thousands of times in the span of a few seconds.
So I pray to the sky whales. So hearing whispers isn't, though. I will take basically saying that I freaked out a bit, but I didn't drop it.
Yeah,
Or I will do a saving throw if I need to.
No,
But
this.
I definitely freaked out a bit because I wasn't praying. But when I noticed it's the box, I just kind of say nothing.
You
and set it
don't. You
down.
don't know where it's coming from. You just know this is definitely something you've not heard before. This is not a voice you recognize.
Oh, so I'll be a bit freaked out, but used to it since I'm used to hearing it occasionally because of the sky whales.
Yeah.
So it'll disturb me that it was a voice I didn't hear. I will just kind of set the crate down in the back of the cave and walk back.
All right.
I'm going to tell everybody though. But I'm going
All
to
right.
tell everybody to go away.
All right.
Welcome back.
Goroth walks back from the back of the cave out the crate, seeming not noticeably shaken. However, he's definitely just experienced something that's a bit weird to him, and he just looks to the entire party and straight up says, I'm hearing voices in this cave.
Is it in the cave? I raise a brow, looking up at Goroth.
Goroth looks back at the back of the cave, and he's like, when I was back there earlier, I didn't hear anything. It wasn't until I took the crate back there that I heard a whisper. Like, it was a lot of voices, but all I could make out was "free me."
How does the
This cave is
voice...
haunted.
I am
Like,
just gonna kind of get up and walk to the person, get them alive. Get city.
Dixis, you were saying something?
Does the voice sound masculine or feminine, childish? I keep
It
looking
sounded.
at Goroth.
Goroth scratches his head a bit with the hand, saying it sounded feminine, but crazed.
Saxus's eyes go wide and immediately look down, and immediately looks down. Like, kind of spooked, shook. Go silent.
Goroth just kind of mutters as he goes to warm himself by the sky whales.
At this point, all of you at the same time hear the voice inside your heads. A female voice replicated thousands of times in the span of 6 seconds over and over again in a whisper, but because it's repeated, it sounds like a scream, and it is manic and unsettling, and all you hear is "free me, free me, free me," and you all know that it is coming from that crate. From whatever is inside.
Goroth slightly jumps, and however, he doesn't freak out about it. When he speaks, he seems slightly irritated. When turning to the back of the cave, I left in a way not following. Because he still thinks the guy will.
Alright. Alexander, for you just coming back, everyone everyone in the party has heard the voice now. And you all know, Goroth moved the crate from the wagon to the back of the cave. And he came back puzzled, saying that he heard the voice. And you recognize it as being that same voice, but you didn't speak up. And then everyone heard the same voice. And everyone knows that it is coming from the crate, from whatever is inside it. And with that, we will take a break.
Woo!
So,
Woohoo!
Okay, I gotta let my puppers out.
yes. So,
Alright, so this is break time?
yes, bathroom, let's
Oh, go
say
make some tea.
15
Wants to
minutes.
cry, but okay.
10, 15 minutes.
Put the big bowl and make it all together.
Gosh darn it, I need to add more flute solos.
So yeah, if you guys had left the outpost, you guys would not have gotten those potions.
Yeah.
What?
If we did not, check out the potion place, we would have never got the potions.
We got it, because I was thinking...
And
but
you could
I
be
didn't buy
dead
any
now.
potions. I didn't buy any potions. However, I definitely did notice that I'm going to need them. But the thing is, though, Goroth
When
has no
luck
idea
fucks
what
you.
I need.
Alright, I'll be right back, guys.
Alright.
When luck fucks you royally. I was waiting for the signal. For a signal. But I did fall in the snow.
Well, the light was supposed to be a signal,
Yes, that's what I was waiting for.
and he did it.
I mean, like, during the fight means.
No, I don't. At that time, we didn't think about it because that entire combat encounter was like, I would say 18 and almost 25 seconds.
Trips eat shit.
I don't want to talk about it.
Let's talk about that's you, Ryan.
You guys don't know, besides the druid here, only knows I fell into the snow. I'm just very snowy.
I'd rather have tripped in snow than tripped in a fucking fight with a bear.
Exactly.
We all have like our own party member who tripped, and everybody else knows it except the other people. And every now and then, like if you ever see like kites, you all them, or you'll just see like Goroth or Laxus like bring up something, and kites you just like, God damn it!
Pretty much. I will turn to Alexander and be like, keep this in mind for me. Don't get on the back of things.
Writes it down in journal.
Don't get back on things.
I never try to get on.
And then later finally asks, so what do you mean by that? And like Goroth hears it and he just leans out the car grinning. Oh, so we forgot to tell you.
Brought this fucking honor to my whole order.
Pretty much.
Trained for years to be the greatest paladin. Ate shit for a real fight.
Fucking literally.
I mean, and it made sense I fell off. I'm literally 3 feet tall.
And trying to make a strength check, which not being a strength person, in the snow. The moment Ryan was trying to get, and Tony said to make a strength check, we all knew it was going to happen.
I was like, I hope I get at least a 15, and then I get a 5. I'm like, oh.
Honestly, I bet even if you got that 15, Tony still would have made you eat shit. Because you're only
Just-
3 feet, and it's a blizzard, raining fist-sized hail.
If I got a 1, a fucking hail will just hit me in the head, knocking me out.
Or it'll shatter you.
Do you want... that's what I'm worried about, is my 28 health points.
How do you think I feel?
No! My maximum health points is very low.
What's your health points?
8.
Oh, well, that's a big achieve. I have 8 more than you.
My armor class is 15.
Oh, so actually that's pretty good. That's better than
Yeah. I'm just squishy. So, I really hope I don't get attacked by anything.
Well, the thing is, though, like in that first fight with the goblin, I was brought down to 5 HP, by the way. So that's why, like, when he said, like, he heals you with just a touch, I was gonna say Goroth was those who relieve comes in advance. But obviously wasn't gonna save him. And just that fight, if he had done 1 less damage to me, I would have survived that.
Oh.
By the way, I punched that bear with jerky.
He did.
But he kind of here eating shit.
He tried.
He very much did try.
Did he though?
I'm gonna try and be like...
He was a distraction. I could
I mean-
doing that.
I'm gonna try and be the, my body's trying to be like the organizer, keep things organized. And also like, try and be the community relief in dark times.
Yeah, totally.
They're making Brian's parents trying to make a joke. Like at least you didn't trip over the tree branch. Everyone just slowly looks at the guy soon starts.
What's that guy? Like, yeah. And I have bad dexterity.
I actually have pretty good dexterity. I have 18 plus 4.
I I have
My charisma is 17 plus 3.
my dexterity is 11, so I'm not negative. I'm negative in nothing, unlike Kaitsu.
So I have a proficiency in athletics, deception, perception, and persuasion and sleight of hand.
I have my skills are athletics, survival, intimidation, perception. Yeah. I can't wait to use my charge ability. I thought about jumping back and just charging the bear. But when Fax is like pushing 5 feet, being 5'2", against a 12-foot, like over 800-pound bear.
Fuck, maybe I should have tried intimidation.
When you said it was 12 foot, I was like, the fucking behemoth's looking up to it?
Tiefling pushes it back 5 feet.
I walk into the cave, I'm only 3 feet tall. Oh, what the fuck is this shit?
Yeah, that would have been
What is this, Titans? Is this Titans fighting each other? Is this Godzilla? Just stares at the fucking bear, stares at the behemoth. I feel like I'm in the movie theaters.
Could have picked up a fucking boulder and just smashed his fucking head in.
If Thaxus didn't push the bear back, I was gonna jump back 5 feet and then activate charge with my great axe.
Ooh, I do have a win.
Which, let's say if I got a hit, with that, even if I got a 1, I would get 7 damage between strength, great axe.
Wait.
Guaranteed. I'd be guaranteed quite a bit of damage actually, no matter what. Or I could push the bear back.
Where does this apply?
What do you mean?
My lucky.
any roll.
So I could have luckied when I fell.
Yeah.
Live on top of snow instead of in it.
Lands on.
Does a backflip midair.
It's the smallest little wave of snow when he does the backflip.
It's any D20 roll that you make. You could use it. You could even if an attack, if someone attacks you, you specifically, you can make them re-roll it with a luck point. So if someone hits a natural 20 against you, you can be like, luck point.
No. Yeah, no, please.
I should have gone into that cave because I had fairy fire, and I could have used it.
Yeah, but we also had a client with night.
What cleric?
Oh,
I mean, not what cleric. It felt like only 2 into that cave. Kaitsu did a lot of, he did do a decent amount of damage, but still.
I give him the sliding slash, that was cool.
Max is not letting us go, by the way.
So I need D20. Okay.
That's how they become friends. Even if you ate shit our first fight, still like you.
He still did something. I was gonna do the thing.
So if everyone is ready to continue, we will.
Yep.
I'm good.
Yeah, boy.
Thanks,
So probably what you...
Yeah, I'm good.
Alright. So, you all hear this feminine voice just saying to you in your heads, "Free me." How do you all react? Kaitsu, Yolera, this is your first time hearing this.
First time hearing it, but I'm like, it's true. The sketchiness is true. I'm a little wigged, but I'm not like freaking out.
Well, you're a druid and a wood elf.
Yeah, that's true.
After hearing it in, I pull out my flute and start trying to make a melody. Like, I'm gonna make a song about this, I swear. And just try and put it together, muttering lyrics to myself.
So I am like, please nobody open the box. Please.
I'm gonna repeat what Goroth did. Those who weren't around, or yeah, as a reminder. Goroth, after hearing the voice again, but just after he adjusted the great now, he turns a bit, raising his axe, and he yells back to the crate, "I didn't leave the mountain just so you could chase me here too, Sky Whale. Be gone."
Oh, fuck.
I look at the Goliath. I look at the fucking behemoth. Sky Whale. The Sky Whale again? Waits down more.
He's
Sky
a
Whale.
Goliath. You all
The
can sense
Goliath.
this is not a sky whale, but you're gonna let him do what he wants.
You go tell the 8-foot fucking
Yeah,
powerhouse
that's what I'm saying.
his god is fate.
No,
I
my
didn't-
god, and wait! So, by the way, the Sky Whales are the dragons. Out of character context.
You don't tell the fucking powerhouse over there that punched a fucking bear. that what he believes in is stupid.
He just punched you out the cave.
So,
Oh, it's one that was like tucked away in a corner. It's our dice thing that we're using it for. We're in the middle of a D&D session.
so you all very uneasily kind of settle into the cave for now, as the whispers have stopped. You each find yourself drifting off into sleep as the sun does set. Yolera, you being a Fae, or a descendant of the Fae, you get something special in the night.
Wait 1 second. My light's back on. Thank you. What are we doing?
So, you being an elf, you don't necessarily need sleep. You just enter into a trance for 4 hours every night, and that's your full rest.
Okay.
While you're in your trance, though, these visions enter in your head forcibly, something that you know isn't easily done unless by a very, very powerful being. And you've only seen this once before when you were a young girl, very young. You were in the Feywild for a short period of time, in a plane where all Fey creatures live, all manner. And you see, in this vision, a lake. A very still lake, quiet. Even with the wind blowing, there is no break on the surface. And you see on the edge, and about waist-deep water, a woman. Very, very long ears. Pointed. Long dark hair. Flowing from her head that ends in a fiery red color. She's wearing a very ornate white robe with gold trim around the sleeves and around the collar. She looks to you, and once more you hear the whisper, the familiar voice. Just say once, and only once. Free me. And at that, the dream fades slowly, and it's kind of brought in. Like your vision starts to tunnel. And the last thing that you see in this dream state is her lips. You don't hear it, but you know she is saying, "Free me." And that is when you wake up from your rest. Everyone resting, you're met with uneasy dreams. Except for you, Eulara. You know what you see. It's up to you to share with the group, but everyone else, you see visions of people you know, their eyes kind of glossed over with a gray tint. You see them doing things that they're not used to. They wouldn't do. Taitsu, Plexus, and Goroth, you three, being a little more battle-hardened than the rest, you're shown a vision of the color guard in a cave. And the next thing you see is a raging fire coming in a line, and you see two of these men burst into fire, screaming, trying to put it out as they fall, their flesh melting off the bone as they're burned alive. Even in this dream, you could smell it. It is sickening. It drives you mad hearing the screams of them saying, "Please help me," to their comrades. And your vision turns and you see the golden dragon. Its eyes glossed over gray. And you hear one of the color guard say, "Malachi, why are you doing this? We are allies." And you hear the dragon in a very deep, guttural growl say, "I must protect her." And you see behind the dragon this 1-foot figurine. It's onyx in color. Looks like a womanly shape, with very long ears coming from the side of her head and long hair. The only part of this figure that has any color other than black are the tips of her hair that are red. And then you see one of the color guard grabbing it and running out of the cave. And you see the two bodies of the men that were burned. And then you see a few more. And in total, as your vision leads you out of this cave, you see a total of 20 color guard. And you see the 6 remaining riding out from this cave down to the Bloodvale Acropolis. And from there you see them riding northward to Hunter's Hold. And that is where you three wake up. Alexander.
Mm-hmm.
Your dreams are different than everyone else's. You being a bard, you know stories better. You take information in a lot better through song and through stories being told and jokes. And in your dream, you're sitting in a tavern in John, and you're just overhear a short story about this ancient fae creature that had the power of domination, and that she could dominate even the most iron-willed person to do whatever she wanted. You go to ask the man telling the story further, but as you get closer, he gets farther away. Seems the more you run trying to get there, the further away he seems. Finally, you do reach him, but you see his face. His eyes are glossed over with a gray haze. And that is where you all wake up. You see Eulera already awake. Being an elf, she only needs a short rest. But it is morning time now. The sun is shining. The storm has passed. And you're awake for the day.
Goroth's been waking up, now feeling a lot better than he did yesterday. Feeling
When you
clear.
wake up, all your health is regained, all your spell slots, all your abilities.
When Goroth wakes up, he gets up to stretch a bit, but while he leans back against the side of the cave, and he speaks out, saying, he's asking, he begins to explain his dream of what he can remember.
You all remember your dreams vividly, as if you just lived it.
Then Goroth then goes into telling exactly what he's seen, and yeah, he just tells exactly what he had the dream of, the woman and all the figuring of her.
I also explain my vision, my short rest, and how much it compared to Ross, and how much I am completely not okay with opening the box at all.
After I've awoken, I share to my vision, but still keep my eyes on the box the entire time.
So, Kaitsu and Thykis had the same dream, right?
Yeah.
So when Kaitsu starts explaining the same dream, and it practically being the same as Goroth's, Goroth nods a bit, looking to the back of the cave, and he agrees with Eulera that we really shouldn't open that box. However, he also mentioned that, in his dream, as he said, the dragon's eyes were like a clouded gray, and then he brings it up to attention that the bear they just fought also had the same eyes. Yeah.
After Thaxus wakes up, he agrees with everybody on the visions. He explains he's had the same one. The theory of opening or not opening the box is perfect. Let's not do that, please. That's a no-go. I just worry that if the golden dragon is after whatever's in the box, it's obviously going to follow whatever's in the box if it can feel it in any way. So, time's on a crunch now, I would
Uh,
say.
Goroth leans forward, saying, this thing seems to have a strong over people. Like, in what they do, and not just people, but, like, even beings as strong as dragon. It seems to have, like, a power over it. And Goroth brings it up that, how can we be sure it doesn't happen to one of us?
I say watch for the eyes. If the bear had the white eyes, Megan had the white eyes.
Well, Goroth's eyes are naturally that color.
Yeah, but you weren't, like, affected.
It's
No, I'm saying that
it's
great
not just the irises. It's the entire eye is hazed
Oh.
over like a gray fog. Like even
Alright.
even the pupils are gray.
Yeah. That's my suggestion.
Don't open the box. That's all of our suggestions.
Don't open the box, and if you're scared that it's gonna happen to us, pay attention to our eyes. The eyes change. Put them down.
I wouldn't say put them down.
Lock them up. Put them down.
Wait a minute.
I just get my shit together and start patching up the trout.
Right? Good. Wait, how much are we being paid doing that?
You don't know yet. You just know Finnick said there is a handsome reward for each of you. He does not say specifically what it was.
One is better than
Give us
none.
a mansion that we can make out of smaller mansions. Goroth, after almost everyone's agreed that we won't open the box and that we'll try to, like, keep an eye out for everything. Goroth leaves to the back of the cave and takes the crate, carries it back and does the same as he did yesterday, and hiding the crate with his stuff.
Okay.
But this time he puts his bedroll over it. You don't trust it at all anymore.
As you begin moving to the crate at the back of the cave, you hear it all again. You hear free
All
me.
of us are just me.
All of you hear it again. Free me. Free me.
Goroth squeeze through it.
I'm going to go assist Goroth on taking it back to the cart just in case.
Yeah.
You know, he just sprints out.
Goroth, as you go to pick it up today, somehow it feels extremely heavy. And even though you know it's less than 10 pounds, you just feel like it is impossible for you to pick it up by yourself.
So once Thaxus, he tells Thaxus that he can't pick it up by himself. And like he motions for Thaxus to go on one side while he takes the other. Quick question. When they put it in the cart, will it be is it just a mental thing that is a lot heavier, or is it physically heavier?
Goroth, to you, even as strong as you are, you're straining a little bit to pick it up. Thaxus, it's light.
I'm gonna say to Goroth, and I'm gonna ask if I could just try picking it up by myself, by both handles.
Goroth, having tried, lifted up by himself, even while Thaxus was like coming forward, like you could see his veins bulging as he tried to lift it up by himself. But you know, new party member, new friend. They've seen battle together, so Goroth just waves toward it, saying, "We'll give it a go."
Yeah, Thaxus, you pick it up, no problem.
I just hold it there, and then I kind of look down.
Pissed. And again, at first Goroth seems pissed, but then he remembers he shoved a bear, so he's kind of less pissed.
Goroth,
Okay.
as you watch him do it, you're like, wait, that is super light. Why couldn't I pick it up?
As he's walking back with Vicus, he brings it up, asking if it really is light. Vicus is like, yes. Even
Yes.
because everyone knows my guy's strong.
Yeah,
It's-
everyone can see that you're
Yeah,
fairly
you're
large,
right.
but
It's
So-
very late.
So, like, Goroth is gonna straight up ask, like, it's like, what's going on?
Could I like possibly like make a religious check to like see any like religious markings on the box or anything?
Sure.
Awesome.
Fast.
I got a 12.
looking at it, you don't see any religious symbols.
I can't really tell you anything, Gora. I don't even want to dare open it to even look at the thing inside.
Oh, you know exactly what's inside now. You
Oh yeah.
you three know what's inside that crate.
I just
The
don't want to
moment
look.
he, like, says, like, I don't even want to open up, like, Goroth nods aggressively, saying he doesn't either. However, once they get back, and, like, Thykis sets it into the cart, Goroth is going to ask Thykis if he can lift him. Like, just to see if it's just Goroth who's weak or what's going on.
I'm gonna set it down in like kind of like on the back of the cart and then slide it back a little bit, then agree to being lifted. Just you can check. That's fine.
How much do you weigh, Thyksis?
Let me look. It is 117, I believe. Yep, 117.
Yeah, Goroth, you pick him up with a little effort, but not a lot.
Goroth seems kind of angry, but not because he can't lift the crate and not because he's lifting Thykis. It seems more because he doesn't understand what happened. So he slowly sets Thykis back down. And, like, he goes into the back of the cart, because all of his stuff's already back there. And he begins to slowly push it with all of his might.
It slides no problem. It seems to be just as light as it was yesterday.
This further angers Goroth. He is now to the point where he's just bubbling.
While this is happening, I'm doodling the interactions in my notebook.
just Goroth section, a lot of angry faces.
This is a lot of that. That's you.
But like as he gets once it slides back, he just sighs heavily, accepting it, and you will have to roll again to hide it.
Nah, you remember how you set it up, and it's pretty easy.
All right, this time I just set my bedroll.
Yeah.
So I'm
So,
looking.
before we leave the cave, I'd like to skin that bear.
Give me a
It's gonna
survival
be
check.
nasty. Could I help him? He goes over and helps him start cutting it up.
You can give him the help action, so Kaitsu you'll have advantage, or Kaitsu you can give Goroth advantage, either way.
Oh no, I meant like not only like use the help action, but also actually help him because
Well-
I have students of art.
Well, both of you will do a separate roll in that case.
All right. Can we give each other the help action?
If you're given the help action, you can't skin it.
Okay, then we'll all both roll.
Alright.
So both of you roll survival.
I got a 9.
Alright.
I got a 5. Which is
Oh my god.
Alright.
By the gods.
yeah, I got a 7.
Both of you make wisdom saving throws.
Oh no.
You.
Roll the d20 again.
Yep. Add your wisdom saving throw.
Oh, thank God.
I got a 15. However, with my proficiency bonus, I got a 7.
What'd you get, Kaitsu?
I got a 5.
Oh
All
my
right.
god, crazy.
As both of you, like, you both move the bear so you could begin working on opposite sides. Like, as soon as you grab the bear's fur and begin cutting, you both jump backwards in horror. As when you slice it open, you see these black tendrils reach out and begin wrapping around your arms and trying to pull you into the bear.
That's hot.
And
Oh,
I don't know about this one.
shit.
And
Is
as
right.
you're being pulled in, you hear that voice again. And then you both shake your heads for a second, and, like, you're both sitting there, like, staring at the bear. You haven't even, like, made a first cut in it yet.
I scored a 17. Is it just becoming that strong?
It's just that this effect is that strong, yes.
I look at the Kaitsu and raise my brow as if asking, did he just see the same thing?
I look over at him and simply nod my head with a little bit of fear.
Both of you are sweating profusely at this point, by the way.
I look
Did
back
anyone
from
else
it.
see it?
Yeah.
I look.
Thixus, Yolera, Alexander, you all see these two, like, wide-eyed
Sweating.
and sweating, and Kaitsu is kind of trembling slightly.
So, he and Kaitsu agree not to do anything with Bear. Just leave.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna like kind of walk to the bear and give it like a final prayer before we like do a final departure. You know.
Just in case he tries to...
As you kneel down in front of the bear, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw as well.
This bear's cursed!
Oh. Like a nat one.
Okay. Yeah, like
Mind
this,
you, Bear is a
a
shield.
lot of this right now is a lot of mind effects and stuff, so it's nothing harmful. But as you kneel down, you just draw a blank on the prayers. You don't know the words right now. You can't find them.
Can I walk up to everyone and ask if they're okay?
I'm staying the fuck away from everybody right now and that fucking bear. Saying.
Thixus, it puzzles you because this is a prayer you've said hundreds of times, and you just kind of get up and walk away. And you still, like, you all see, like, he walks over with a puzzled look on his head. But as soon as you get over to the cart, you're like, oh, I'm, like, no, then it clicks and you remember the prayer.
Can I, like, walk up to him and ask if he's okay?
No.
I'm going to kick the bear in the gut and go back to the...
Oh god!
Fucking bear.
You really want to into this?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Are you trying to kill us, Kaitsu?
You kick the bear and you return to the cart. Nothing else happens.
Can I go up to the bear and see what's up? As a bard, I'm very interested. I'm a curious nature.
Make a wisdom saving throw.
It just spews like black fire all over him.
Okay, I'm gonna do a luck check, because I got a 4.
Alright,
I'm
so
doing
you're
you-
using one of your luck points for the day.
Yep. I got a 6.
Rude.
Your normal happy, jolly nature as you get closer to the bear is drained from your entire existence. You can normally find a joke or a song or some kind of poem for any situation. But here, right now, you know nothing.
I turn to everyone, I'm like, burn the bear.
Alright, I disagree on burning the bear.
I agree, and I simply say that
Wait, so-
Thyxis, see here, Thyxis, Goroth, Kaitsu, you all know that you're in the foothills of the Bloodforged Mountains, and it's called that for a reason. Blood is soaked deep into this area of the world, and spirits are not afraid to come back. And you all know if you don't burn a corpse, it will come back.
Goroth throws. No, Goroth doesn't throw. He walks over, bowing his head in respect, and responds with, "Something dark is plaguing you, but hopefully this frees you." And he pours one of his oil flasks over the bear, and steps back.
I'm going to cast Sacred Flame on the bear's corpse to ignite the oil.
Okay. The corpse does light and burn away. And everyone feels a bit of relief.
I will say Thaxis will feel a little discomfort, though. He's more about the burial type deals.
Yeah. But you know in this area of the world a burial
Yeah.
is not
I know,
viable.
though, sadly.
So
I get back in the car, I'm like, fuck this shit.
now
Yeah, no, Goroth goes to sit next to Gilera's on the front of the car, and he just answers, like, "We need to get off this mountain.
you're not in a mountain right now, you're in the foothills?
We need to get out of here.
Yeah.
With the land soaked in blood, it'll only get worse."
I turn to him, pat him on his shoulder, and I'm like, "But you never asked."
Alright, so you lead the horses backwards out of the cave. You don't have enough time. You don't have enough space in there to do a full U-turn out. It takes about 2 or 3 minutes to get it out all the way. And you lead the horses back to the road. It is overcast outside today. No signs of a storm coming in though.
How is the snow on the ground outside?
It's thick, but it's loose.
Can I have a measurement?
I'm just going to, because since Sacred Flame is just a cantrip, I'm just going to, like, kind of carve a small path for a foothold for the horses through the snow with it.
Well, they're large horses. They can handle
Can I-
themselves.
Can I have a measurement to how much snow is on the ground? Me only
Right.
being 3 feet, 1 foot is like 20% of my body.
You can jump down and find out.
Huh?
And jump down and find out.
You could jump down and find out, or you can ask Yolera.
Can I poke it with my rapier?
I mean, sure, but
Yolera,
it goes
what?
it goes about a quarter of the way up the wagon wheel. So it's about like a foot and a half deep.
Jesus, can someone carry me?
I'm a...
But you can be in the cart if you want. You don't have to walk.
True.
We
I'll
could
be in the
just-
cut then.
We could just tie you on the inside. So if it ever tips over, you won't.
I'll just stay in the tub then.
Okay.
They will also jump in the cart with all my stuff.
I bring all my stuff as well. I double check. I go through my journal list.
It Goroth a lot angry.
I gather all my things and join everybody in the cart.
Alright. So you all head out. Yolera leading the horses. You find the road. And with all the events of the past day, you all feel drained, but not exhausted. You just all a little fatigued mentally.
Cross. By the way, Gora, being how big he is a great sun visor. And he turns and kind of like speaks back to the bard. So Alexander, you say you're a bard. I know you don't know any Skywell songs, but could you try to lighten the mood?
I'm like, I look at him. I'm like, this is one of the many things I do well. So, I pull out the flute. I'm like, what you in the mood for, chap?
Goroth then he kind of stares blankly. He's like, what do you mean? Is there more than one type of song?
I look to the rest of the party and I ask Statsis, do you have a taste?
No, not really. Not much of a music person.
I look to Taitsu, and I ask him, do you have a preference?
String metal.
I'm like, I have a flute, so...
I simply shrug and suggest the most cheerful thing that you know.
I look at everyone, I look to the top, and I start playing a simple melody, yet very upbeat.
Give me a performance check.
Is that a D20?
Yes.
One.
Natural 1.
I kind of want to do a let's down that one, but I only have 2 left.
So, you
Sounds
all,
like shit.
The ice just comes out of the flute.
You all are expecting this fantastic
performance.
melody, but Alexander begins to play, and then he looks at his flute, begins to play again, and then he looks at it, he's like, I don't know what's going on. And then, Alexander, you look at your flute and you realize, oh, I don't have the mouthpiece connected right now.
That would be something I would fucking do too. Can I take out the mouthpiece and try again?
Yes.
Okay, I reach into the bag and put the mouthpiece in. I'm like, sorry guys. Now let's give this a decent shot.
Alright, give me a performance check.
17!
You this time, kind of like, alright, I gotta really put out now.
Yeah.
Begin playing a very upbeat melody for the ride.
So on the ride, I'm going to light some incense and put it in my censer and set it in the back of the cart near the opening.
Okay. Yolera, you're taking Phoenix's advice and following the Blood Mist Mountain, or Blood Mist River, northward to the city of John. You notice up ahead there's gonna be a very steep change in topography. You're coming out of the foothills, but there is a steep cliff that the road has to follow to get to John. And on the right side of the road, on the east side, the Blood Mist River flows downward into a large waterfall about 50 feet down, and levels off for a short period of time. So you guys have about a 50-foot drop to the right of you.
How do you lean to the left?
everyone, give me just a general perception check.
So, don't I have something called passive perception?
Yes, everyone
No.
has that.
Okay, making sure.
It's 10 plus your wisdom modifier. But
Oh.
this is an active perception check, so everyone has
Okay.
it.
I got a 24.
I got a 21.
I got a 22.
Okay. Alexander Kaitsu,
So this is the roll plus what?
your perception skill.
Mine was a 20, by the way.
Natural 20? Awesome.
Yeah.
18, not 18, 8.
I got a 9.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Everyone except Alexander and Kaitsu, you all hear wolves in the distance howling. They seem a ways off, though.
Me and Taitu were worried we were about to get yeeted.
Swerves.
So it's probably about 11 a.m. at this point. It's pretty cold. It's maybe 32 degrees right now. Light snowfall again today.
I'm gonna let Kaitsu and Alexander know that there's wolves off in the distance again. So you guys know.
Goroth, I was actually just about Goroth was turning to say, like, did everyone else hear the wolves? But once he heard Ficus, I really have to burp. After he hears him, like, warn them anyway, he leans back and just thinks, he kind of, like, sits, like, since he's so large, he's sitting almost directly beside you like this. But since he's a large Goliath, and so he's radiating heat right now.
She's so warm.
However, after hearing the wolves and seeing what they were on, he does, like, I don't know what he would do at this point. Like, he looks to Glarus and raises the brow as if asking if she's sure she can do this.
I kind of snap my eyes to him. A little positive. Like, think I know how to drive a cart, thank you. But thank you for pouring.
Goroth seems taken aback by the snap. Not sure why he deserved such a response. Yeah, he's not sure where the sass came from. However, when she thanks him for being warm, he does kind of like nod a bit, and he's like, alright, so maybe she's not that bad. However, Goroth keeps an eye on not only the cliff, but also in the forest to the right.
The cliff is to the right side. That's where the river has flowed downward. To your left is about a 15-foot high vertical wall.
Oh, shit.
Right now you guys are kind of following a downward curving path along a cliff.
Alright.
It's basically 15 feet up on your left and about 50-foot drop to your right.
So I'm
So
gonna be
can
watching them
Goroth
back.
get out and walk with the cart?
It's wide enough to fit 2 carts on, but you guys just kind of sit on the right side a little more, just in case another cart comes. But
Yeah. So Goroth decides to get out of the cart and walk alongside it, where the cliff goes up,
okay,
keeping his ears and eyes open.
all right. You guys travel for about another hour and a half.
I'm gonna watch
And
them, like, ascend of the
at
cart.
this point, the river to your right has dropped another 50 feet, so it's about 100-foot drop straight down into this gorge now. And to your left, it's raised. You've gradually lost a bit of elevation there, so you're about It's about a 30-foot high cliff on your left side.
Goroth remains outside of the cart, but instead of walking along with, he kind of sits on the back, leaned against a little lip, because he wants to keep at this point he's more on the back to keep an eye on their back, as well as if a cart does come up behind them, or he can warn Eularis.
What's your
However,
wisdom?
you're
What's your
still-
wisdom modifier, Goroth?
What?
What's your wisdom modifier? Is it a plus
Mine?
0? Yeah.
I don't have a wisdom modifier.
Alright. Eulera
Yeah.
and Goroth.
Oh, shit.
By the time you see it, it is far too late. And Goroth, all of a sudden you're weightless. And you see the carriage and the horses and Eulera being knocked off the cliff. And you see a very large winter wolf had tackled the horse on the left with such force that it is knocking both horses and the carriage off the side of the cliff. And before long, Kaitsu, Thyxus, and Alexander, you also feel weightless in the back of the carriage as you're all flung off the side of the cliff. And as you all impact, you're knocked unconscious.
Can I say while, before impact, I, wedge my shield on my back and I try to grab the halfling to cushion his impact?
No.
Give me just a general dexterity check.
Alright, this is gonna be bad. So you know,
You
with
have,
Shield Master, any dex savings throw I get to use.
No saving throw. This is going to be just a general check.
Okay. Oh boy, here we go. No modifier either.
Hold on.
Just, yeah.
Real quick, my position, was I tossed with the cart as well, or am I still on the cliff?
Basically, the wolf hit the left horse, and it impacted the right one, which then impacted you. This was a large creature, and the impact was so hard, it threw you further. You were the first one off the cliff, and then basically, the winter wolf had enough strength to rip the horse that it tackled its head off, clean off of its shoulders, and the two horses drug the cart down the cliff, off the cliff, into the gorge below. Lexus, what is your roll?
Solid 14.
You do manage to get your shield in time for this little 4-second drop, and as you're reaching out to grab Alexander, your world just goes to black.
Oh boy.
Can I make a survival saving wake up first?
Nope.
Damn.
Chapter 2.
Dun dun dun!
Everyone is down to 1 hit point.
Oh,
Fuck!
Jesus.
Damn, that was one hell of a fall.
You fell 100 feet. This should technically kill all of you, but because story reasons,
Well, there was water down there as well.
yes.
bloody looking water.
So, we're gonna do this kind of in a certain order here. Alright. Goroth,
Yep.
give me a constitution saving throw. Everyone, you need a 10 to get this DC, so.
So, I got a 22.
Okay. You wake up, and from your waist down is in the river, but on top of you, right there, is the steed that was on the right side.
The Hangman's horse.
And it is laying the right side horse is laying on top of your legs in the water in the river. You are freezing cold right now. Next, Kaitsu, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw. Same DC 10.
I got a 0.
How do you get a 0?
Or no, I got a 10. My bad.
Okay.
All of us are like,
It's a D20 adding your Constitution saving throw. So you got a 10 exactly. Yeah, it's a D20.
Hold up. D20. Okay.
D20.
I'm saying the DC, what you have to reach to succeed is a 10. So always a
Oh,
D20.
okay.
Always a D20, guys.
Okay. All right. You said the roll plus Constitution. What?
Yeah, your Constitution saving throw and your
Okay, I
saving
got
throws
14.
more. All right. You awake with the bottom half of the cart kind of laying over you. You're on your back with some of Goroth's equipment strewn over you. You are in an excruciating amount of pain. You feel up towards your head and, like, your neck area. Nothing seems broken, but you feel sticky blood all over the back of your skull and the back of your neck. Thyxus, Constitution saving throw to see if you can wake up.
Exactly 10.
Okay,
Is that with modifier?
Yeah, it's with modifier.
so
Copy.
you wake up. Outside of everything, kind of slumped against the other cliff face wall of the gorge. You guys are on the opposite side of the river, by the way. That's how far you're thrown. So, you're kind of in a heap there. And you wake up, and your eyes are kind of stuck together, sticky. And as you go to wipe them, you're wiping caked blood off of your face and out of your eyes. And you feel a gash in your forehead where you've been bleeding. You are also freezing cold right now. Alexander, Constitution saving throw.
Okay, so I got 4, but I want to do a luck.
Alright.
And it fell. Do I have to re-roll it?
Yes.
Okay.
Has to be on the table.
I'm trying to. Maybe I'll close it now. I got 5.
You are
I literally got 1.
you're still unconscious. Yolera, Constitution saving throw.
15 plus 17.
Alright. You awake on top of the headless horse,
Hot.
and your arms are draped over it, and your head is kind of laying on its chest area, with basically from your collarbone down is in this freezing cold river. You wake up shivering. Alexander, you're still unconscious, so everyone else, what are you guys doing currently? You are all
I'm gonna
freezing cold.
false life on myself real quick.
Okay.
Get 8 temporary hit points for the time being. For an hour.
So we're not in combat.
No.
I want to use one of my rages, and I want to push the horse off,
Alright,
and
so...
then immediately after attempt to help everybody else.
Alright, so you go into your rage, kind of very pissed off that you did not see this coming. And you have advantage on a strength check, on an athletics check, to see if you can lift this horse off of you.
Which I have an advantage in both. Without that.
So you roll a d20 twice, take the higher, and then add your athletics score.
Assuming since I'm the farthest away, I'm not gonna have any of my gear besides like my shield, since that's all I could grab.
Yeah, you only have your shield on you right now. Your shield and your weapon.
So, I got a 14.
You got a 14?
Yeah.
You begin pushing, but just the fall alone has... Your muscles are sore. You're not able to lift this. You're not able to move the horse enough. Yolera, you hear him grunting, and he's about 10 feet away from you right now, trying to lift this horse off of himself. Alexander, I need you to make another Constitution saving throw.
What?
I need you to make another Constitution saving throw.
11.
Okay. You wake up, and by some unknown force, you find yourself on the edge of another waterfall that is about 20 feet away from Yolera. And your left arm is hanging off. And you just feel something dangling. And as you wake up, you look over and you see the crate is firmly locked in your hand by one of the handles. Dangling off the side of this cliff. And you look and it's about another 200-foot drop straight down.
Okay. Can I... Is there a watch nearby I could tie myself to, just in case I can't pull it up? Or do I not have anything?
There is nothing. You're literally on the edge of a cliff.
Can I yell for help? Trying to hold it there?
So, how far is Yolera's from me?
Yolera is about 10 feet away from you.
And
Yes, Alexander.
How far is Alexander?
Alexander's about 20 feet from Yolera, so he's about 30 feet away from you.
Alright.
So I can yell for help?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do that.
After hearing,
Hang on. Give me a performance check, Alexander. See if you can actually get this audible enough for everyone to hear.
Okay. I got a 16.
Yeah. Yeah, so everyone can hear him. But it's also echoing through this gorge.
oh shit.
And shortly after you hear Alexander cry out for help, you hear wolves howling in the distance.
Well, obviously he'll hear Alexander. He'll see, Hilarious. And he'll see Alexander, like, seeming to hold something, asking for help. And the first thing, Orok does is point towards Alexander and tells Hilarious to get a rope around his ankles and give him the end of the rope. Because he won't be moving.
Around your ankles?
No, around Alexander's. Because he has the buff.
Yeah, I get that. How
Yolera?
high up?
Yolera, where was your pack on the...
It was in the carriage.
Okay. You don't have any rope on you. All of it is in the carriage.
Which
Kaitsu?
is on top.
Which is on top of Kaitsu, pretty much.
Can I double my rage?
If your rage ended as soon as you weren't able to lift the horse off of you. So you've used one. Also, the sun is starting to set right now.
Can
Oh, that's why we're all...
Can I cast Healing Bird on Goroth to give him some kind of...
Yes, you can.
so on my side, is there like any equipment or anything that got flung over for anybody?
There's nothing that you can see right now.
All right. And is there any like shallow path in the river that I could possibly try taking?
All of you are on the same side of the river. So
Okay.
the cliff that you are on is on the opposite side of the river. Where the road is the opposite side. About 100 foot up is the road that you guys were on.
All right.
This box is literally like 30% of my body weight.
So I
Actually,
rolled
no, it's
a-
only 10 pounds.
I'm 40 pounds.
Oh, shit.
It's literally 10%. 10%.
So Kaitsu, what are you doing as you awake in pretty much the wreckage of
Everything.
I'm trying to get out of it all.
You begin
Yeah, the
throwing.
super
You
gets
begin.
out.
Yeah, you begin throwing like stuff off of yourself, and there is a small gap in the carriage where you can crawl out of.
Okay.
And you're straining to crawl out. Your muscles are fatigued and sore from the fall.
I'm gonna slowly make my way back to the others, being cautious of the wolf sounds,
Yeah.
keeping an eye out.
You make your way over to the others. You see Goroth pinned under the horse. You see Yolera kind of pulling herself up to stand in the river. You see her shaking as she's freezing. Yolera, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Me?
Yep.
Uh, 15?
15?
14.
14. You take exactly 1 point of cold damage from
fuck.
being so cold yourself, and you go unconscious.
I drop.
You drop on top of the horse right now. And Thyxis, Kaitsu, Goroth, you all see this happen, and you see her lips are a bluish color.
9.
She's not dead, she's unconscious right now. She's still breathing.
How much, like, what supplies are around that any that got flung out of the cart or anything
There
like that?
is nothing that got flung out of the cart since it did have a top on it.
Goroth to Eularis, and he's not liking this. He points to Eularis and says to Thyxis as he's crawling over to use the same skill he did on him yesterday when he got knocked out by the bear. And I would like to then use my rage again and try to push the horse off again.
Alright, so this is your second rage of the day. You have no more.
I know.
Just give me an athletics check with advantage.
So,
Is anyone going to help him with this, by the way?
I will.
I
Alright.
will also.
So, Kaitsu and Thyxis, both of you make athletics check as well.
I'm actually proficient in that. I can also cast Spare the Dying at a range, thanks to Great Domain.
Alright.
I got a 20.
Alright.
I got a 18, actually.
Alright. Goroth, what'd you get?
I got a 6.
A 6 total?
Yeah.
Ooh. Thankfully, with the 20 and the
I know,
18,
right?
you all three of you do manage to get the horse off of you enough where you could get out from under it, Goroth. Dixis, you do manage to spare the dying off on Yolera, so she does stabilize. She's not conscious yet.
I'm staring at the edge of the cliff, thinking about how my life is drawing in.
Your arm is starting to get tired, Alexander, of just hanging there holding on to this crate. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw to see if you can hold on to it. And in the back of your mind, you remember Finnick saying, if you lose this, you're all gonna fucking die.
I got a 13.
You just barely managed to hold on as you feel your grip starting to fade. What are you doing? No one else can do anything right now. This is Alexander specifically.
It's literally as heavy as I am. I can't lift it.
You haven't tried yet.
I'll try and lift it then, but it's literally like 30% of my body weight.
Just remember, your pack alone
Give
is like
me
15 pounds.
Give me a strength check.
15.
You pull it up, no problem. And you lay it beside you and you stand up and kind of think, what was I doing? Why would I even risk that and not just pull this thing up?
Just I fucked up, I just dropped it.
I'm going to look over Yolanda and like, I don't.
Get her
Was I cold? Was I wet? No, I wasn't wet. I'm gonna throw my coat over her for my fine winter clothes.
Goroth, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw, seeing as you are also freezing cold right now. And you are shivering like a jackhammer.
19.
Okay, you managed to fight off the cold slightly. Not taking damage, but it's getting there.
Kaitsu, I don't know how cold you are, but if you think you could recover...
So the only people who are cold right now is...
Everyone's cold, but the only people that are in danger of hypothermia is Goroth and Yolera. Yolera is already in it. She's stabilized, but she is fading still.
Kaitsu, I need, like, anything that you can burn and some oil flasks. If you can find those from the cart, that'd be great.
There are pieces of wood scattered all over the place.
Yeah,
from the cart.
anything will be great, to be honest. Anything that I can just set on fire.
Can I carry the bots over to everyone? Just
Yes.
to, like, rejoin the group?
Just see this halfling walk back over. Everybody's, like, in a panic.
I just walk over calmly, hey
I got
guys.
the box still.
Yeah.
Alright, so I'm gathering the wood.
Brian can use healing ward.
Will any of my torches survive?
Yeah, your torches survive, but no container that is made of glass has survived.
Wait. Didn't we only have one hit point? Is that why she fainted?
Yes.
Yeah. Can I cast healing wood on her?
Yeah.
Would it, like,
You would bring her back.
would it?
You don't know.
Okay, I want to try.
Go ahead.
D20, don't fail me
Nope.
now, boy.
No.
What is
you're,
Oh,
healing-
D4.
Yep.
4. D4, come on.
Add your spell bonus.
It is
Oh wait,
9.
I need my torches. I have a tinderbox.
Yeah.
9.
Anything that you are carrying in glass flasks, such as the oil, your holy water, all that's broken. All of your potions that you guys had, those are broken as well.
9.
Alright, how much healing did you give Alexander?
9.
Yolera, you gain 9 hit points, but you are still unconscious.
Alright, so I'm gonna gather all the loot that I found and move the tinderbox
Alright,
beside her.
Kaitsu, you do manage to get a fire lit. Yolera,
Yeah.
you take 3 points of cold damage as hypothermia begins to set in. Goroth, I need you to make another Constitution saving throw.
Yeah. Like, I really want to, like, go get her out of the water, but I don't have... I got a 20.
Alright, you're still okay. You're still fighting it off, but you feel yourself starting to lose those fine motor skills.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm... Like, the moment he got the fire going, like, I collapsed next to him.
You guys have not moved Yolera off of this horse. Her feet are still in the water. I'm saying everyone else.
I'm gonna try and attempt to pick her up.
Okay.
I'm pretty beat up, so like.
Can I give him Bardic Inspiration?
Yes. What are you doing to inspire Lyxus?
So do I have my flute with me? Or
It's broken. But
was
yeah.
that not? My flute was broken.
Yep.
Boy. So what I'm going to do to inspire is because right now I guess I don't really have any musical instruments, so I try and like sing.
All right. What are you
And then
singing?
I'm singing just.
Fire.
I'm singing a motivational song, and so what I'm singing is a old song that I heard on the sailor, on the sailing ship. I'm just readapting it, just saying, "You can do this. Hard times don't stop you."
I would like to use lay on hands on Yular.
Okay. So,
So I rolled a nat
Lyxus,
17.
Lyxus, do you feel
know.
inspired?
Yes, I do.
Now
The
you
fact
can
that
use
I rolled a
this.
nat 17.
You can use this, or you can hold on to it for 10 minutes.
I'm gonna hold on for
Alright.
it. Yeah, hold on to it.
So you do manage to lift Yolara, and as you do, Kaitsu comes over. How many points are you giving her, Kaitsu?
5.
Okay. Yolara, you take 3 more points of cold damage.
Add 5.
Add 5 and then add 2. So you move her over to the fire to begin getting warm. You see Goroth is still shivering,
I'm
still
going
jackhammering right now.
part, and I'm gonna like cut the banister off as much, like rip it off as much as possible.
It is destroyed.
I'm gonna scavenge it as much as possible, and I'm gonna.
When they bring over Yularen, Goroth takes off his shirt and tries to huddle her as close to him as he can.
I'm gonna like heavy mend, like cast mend a lot
Alright.
on the canvas, try to like put it back together as a giant blanket.
Yolara, you take another 4 points of cold damage.
So how long is it going to take me exactly to like get this?
Oh, there is no repairing in the entirety of this cart. It is broken. Like the metal struts that make up the real sturdy structure are snapped.
Oh, I just want
Wood.
like the cloth.
Yeah. Like the cloth is tattered and torn in all places.
Would I be
Honestly,
able to like slowly mend it?
all of it's underneath the actual carriage base.
Oh god. Okay, I see.
So you'd have to crawl under there and start getting stuff out, or have someone help you pick up the carriage and try to get under it that way.
I huddle around the fire.
When Alexander brings over the box, Goroth pulls it closer to himself.
Goroth, you being the first person to actually look at the box, you see the lock is broken and is hanging on it.
Oh,
Can I put?
I see why you want to unlock the lock. Seeing the lock is broken, he already knows Like, wouldn't the head mage know if the lock is broken?
Yeah, but he also knows if it's opened. So the fact that he hasn't shown up means that the case hasn't opened up yet.
Goroth reaches over and in kind of a last-ditch effort, because of what just happened,
Oh no.
he opens it very little and closes it as fast as he can.
So you open the crate slightly?
Yes, as slightly as I can, well, then immediately close it.
Nothing happens. Except only you see this. A very dark hand begins to reach out to grab you, but as soon as you close it, it dissipates. And you have this extreme feeling of terror and just anguish. Like you know you were about to die if that thing touched you.
So, when he feels this anguish, and it comes over him that he would have died if that touched him, the first thing he does is put his arm over the crate and basically make sure it won't open.
Okay.
Can
I have a semi-drastic thing I could do to keep these two warm, but yeah.
Secret flame us.
Not you guys per se.
Ilera, one more point of cold damage.
Alright, so I'm gonna get as close as possible without this really fucking them up, and I'm gonna Sacred Flame myself. Tieflings are resistant to fire.
Roll damage.
I might burn my
Yikes.
clothes, and I might
He's
go
gonna
down,
pass
but
out.
I have 9 HP currently, technically, because 8 of temporary.
Roll damage.
Alright.
Burns us all.
Burns could possibly, yeah. Without killing you guys, yeah, I gotta, like...
You guys, there's way easier things to be doing to warm them up.
Immediately,
And they're all really simple.
But that wouldn't be as interesting as rolling 10 points of damage.
This is our first run. Basically, we're just seeing how far we can get while being stupid.
So I rolled 10 points of damage for my
Okay,
Sacred
so
Flame.
so with being halved, you take 5. Yalera,
Yes.
you are now outside of the throes of hypothermia. Goroth, you are as well.
Oh my
Yalera,
God.
you do not come back to consciousness yet. But you all do see her color starts to return to her lips and to her fingertips.
Once I noticed that she is now warming up, I pushed her just a small bit closer to the fire. Well, a little bit better. I start trying to salvage what we can from the thing. However, I do tell no one to touch the lock. The lock is broken, and what I'm really looking for is my block and tackle as well as the chains.
Okay. So you go over to the upside down carriage body where you see Kaitsu kind of just staring it down like, what the hell are we gonna do with this? And you see the small hole that he crawled out of, and you realize, I can't get in there. There's no way I'm gonna fit. What are you guys doing?
I mean, I'm still burning technically. I'm still on fire.
I check in with Alexander and Goroth and see if they're okay first.
Alright. Actually, Thixus, Sacred Flame doesn't light wearable things on fire, so you're fine. You're good.
Okay.
It was just a flash thing.
It just hurt really badly.
Yeah. It
Lay
doesn't light
down.
it doesn't light clothing items on fire, unfortunately,
I'm like-
even though it'd be cool as fuck.
Lay down on Yolara, kind of like trying to keep her warm and, you know, resting because I'm dying.
Well, you're not dying, you're just hurt.
I'm burnt and thrown
Technically,
around.
everyone else is dying more than
For me,
Put it that
maybe
way.
like another 30 minutes of sitting around, yeah.
So what, Kites, you said something?
Yeah, I checked in on Goroth and Alexander and asked them if they were both okay.
I have 1 health point.
Alright, wait, don't discuss health, just...
Goroth looks straight at Kaitsu, and he just kind of grins and says, "Still better than tripping on my dead body."
I look at him. I look at Dwarf. I'm like, this sucks.
I'd like to check for my wounds, please.
All of the cuts have stopped bleeding on everyone at this point. Bruises are sore and fresh.
Can I make a perception check?
Yes, what are you looking for?
Just any really close movement or anything like that.
Go
See if
ahead.
the wolf got closer or anything.
Oh, while he's making that, I would like to slowly
12.
begin.
You don't notice anything coming around. What were you doing, Goroth?
Oh, my Goku?
I said Goroth. I almost did.
I would like to slowly begin breaking apart. So both already badly splintered. I would try to be careful while breaking apart, but I would try to be making the hole bigger while trying to ask either Alexander. Actually, no, I would ask Alexander if he could crawl under the cart.
Oh yeah, he can
and
crawl
try to
under there.
salvage it.
Yeah, he can crawl under there, no problem.
Is it in the water?
No.
Oh, they'll just go through the hole.
Alright. Goroth, without you making the hole bigger, he can get in and out. Kaitsu
Yeah,
came
no.
through.
So instead of like me making the hole bigger, I asked Alexander if he can go into.
I just look at him. I'm like, sure, I've been in tighter spaces. I go through the cart.
Goroth, that joke goes over his head completely.
Somehow.
So, Alexander, you see backpacks are scattered in here, and the loose gear that Goroth put around to kind of hide the case, the crate, is just scattered all over the place.
Can I scavenge what I can get?
You can start like throwing stuff out of the hole to everyone.
Okay, I'll do that.
So,
I'll
like,
just like be
as-
like, hey, this stuff.
As the sun does set and darkness fills the air, and the only light that you all have is the fire created earlier.
Can I look at what we salvaged?
Alexander, you finish throwing everything out, and you all begin taking an inventory. Anything that was within a glass flask, a glass container, is shattered and no more.
So my
including
flask
your-
is broken.
including your health potions. The torches you guys were carrying, which you had 2 each, they're
So-
snapped in half.
Oh.
I would like to, while everyone else is taking inventory, I would begin taking apart the cart and adding it to the fire. Keeping it, like, not large enough that it starts burning layers, but large enough that it illuminates the area.
Any weapon that you guys had that had a wooden handle, like any small weapon, so like hand axes, they are snapped in half. Yolera, your quarterstaff is broken.
I bury my flute.
We have to burn it. It might come back.
Phyxis, Kaitsu, both of your shields have a large crack in them. They still function, but they only grant you a +1 to your AC now, while equipped.
Would I be possibly able to mend them?
You could, yes.
I would ask Kaitsu if I could borrow his shield and go to work on processly mending them.
Alright.
So once Goroth finishes adding, like, we can keep fire for the night, Goroth takes his great axe and he sits between the fire and the forest, and he keeps the ears open.
You guys are in a gorge right now. There's no forest near you. The nearest forest is 100 feet up behind you.
Well, I'm like, so we're in the middle of a cliff.
Yeah, you're in the middle of a gorge right now. You're both sides of the cliff. The one that you're on is about 200 feet up, and the one on the opposite side, which has the road, is 100 feet up.
Mm-hmm.
And the river where you are is about 50 feet wide, and you guys don't know how deep it is.
So yeah, Goroth just takes his great axe, and he kind of sits. He sits against a rock, watching the. Like, he's warmed up now, so he's a bit further from the fire, just trying to recover by himself, thinking. Like, while he looks up the cliffside along the waterfall, like he's basically taking everything in.
Considering that no one's down here that we see, the wolves are probably in the forest, and we're all really tired and need to rest. I want to set up my bedroll next to the fire.
Okay. So.
This is him doing easy on us, by the way.
Oh, I know. First 5 sessions, wasn't it?
Yep.
This is the part where the dragon would attack. Teach us while we're down.
Actually, no. If you think about it, the dragon would have already attacked the base.
So, all of you, as well as you can, try to find rest for the night. And all of you share the same dream tonight. You all see a very beautiful, light-skinned woman with long, pointed ears, long black hair, at the very end, a fire red, just saying, "Free me." And as you all wake up, that is where we will pick up next week.
Damn!
What time is it? Oh, it's only 7.
Tony, I'm gonna keep it with you, Chief. I was hoping when I made that joke about Kaitsu, it would help, and like, even help just a little bit anybody.
Now, I leave the decisions up to you guys. We can continue playing. Or, we can end it here and pick up next week. It is entirely up to you guys. I'm willing to continue on. I have plenty of material.
We have the next 12 chapters.
I have quite a bit.
I mean, the plan was until 10:30, wasn't it?
It's up to you guys. I can go forever.
I can keep on going.
Oh, I can keep going for a while.
I could keep going for a little while.
I have nothing better to do with my life besides sitting on George.
Well then, we will take our break here, and we will come back shortly.
Yo, that wolf was a bitch.
I know, right? Fuck.
This is gonna be our campfire just talking before we go to bed. That wolf was a bitch.
Just like he's snuggled in his comfy bedroll, and you just hear from his like little 4 feet sized bedroll, that wolf is a little bitch.
Turns over furiously.
He just aggressively rolls over.
Into the ride kind of with.
You just hear out of the corner of the bedroll, I fought in Leviathans, and they were still more of a man than that fucking wolf.